send that link out if we actually record. So thank you, whoever pushed the button. So this year's theme is reversals and resistance, emergence and imagination during times of crisis. And it was really a response to obviously all of the upset that we've experienced over the last 2 years. And so we wanted to convene something that could speak to the ways in which everybody is thinking, even if they're not necessarily doing research that's crisis focused. We've been doing research in the milieu of a crisis. And so there's both an opportunity to discuss how research shifts and how tactics and goals shift during that time, but also how our work might become more attendant to the kinds of things that we're experiencing. So with that said, this first panel that we have, Exposing Violent Systems, Reflection and Resistance in Research and Activism, is a great kind of, I'm excited to see because it really brings together a lot of the different kinds of ways that we can either process research in that mode of thinking, or how our reactions to what's been going on. So we're going to kick it off with Andrew Mitchell, who will be speaking to us about Latinx chefs and violence in the culinary field.
Good morning, everybody. I actually have a PowerPoint. Would I be able to share that?
Sure, you should be able to just go ahead and share your screen.
Cool, awesome. All right, there we go. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I do have some prepared remarks, but I'll mainly work off of what I have on the PowerPoint. So let's jump right in. The title of my talk, as you see, is Culinary Violence and Stressed Out Latinx Chefs in Columbus, Ohio. This concept of culinary violence was developed as part of my pre-dissertation fieldwork in the fall, where I completed interviews in Minnesota, Michigan, and Ohio with Latinx chefs and restaurateurs. In this presentation, I'd like to begin by just showing a quick roadmap of where we'll be going today. First, I wish to just talk about some of these theoretical influences for this term that I'm developing in concert with my co-advisors, namely the ideas of symbolic violence, which are written about by sociologists and anthropologists like Pierre Bourdieu. And then there's also, of course, linguistic violence, which has been worked on, especially among Latinos in the US, both the valuation of English over Spanish, but then the degradation of different accented or dialectic forms of Spanish. And finally, one of my co-advisors, Paloma Martinez Cruz, has written about this idea of culinary brown face, which I'll talk about in brief, just to kind of frame the ideas around Latinx cookery and how these chefs are being seen. Then I'll provide some brief background about Latinos in the Midwest and talk about this term again and really define exactly what I mean when I pinpoint this idea of culinary violence. And then I'll discuss its 3 main themes, which, as you see on the slide, are appropriation, replacement, and lack of creativity. To kind of fit into our theme today or the general theme of this conference of crisis, I'm going to talk a little bit about how these ideas manifest in stress, and I have kind of a methodological map, which I'd like to show. And then I'll talk about some counterbalances, ways in which folks are kind of combating this culinary violence I situate. And then I'll conclude with a few final thoughts. So let's jump right into discussing what symbolic violence is. This core concept of habitage, which folks may be familiar with, is kind of where all matters of social disposition are captured. It gets at differentials in class, race, ethnicity, sex, gender, other demographic definers. This shows us the value judgments that are placed on the cultural norms people are adhering to, right? And to give a culinary example, as you see on the slide, French dining is seen as high class. And then other national or ethno-national cuisines kind of fall in line in a row beneath it. So that's kind of pre-existing. And as you see at the bottom, there's an inability to move within that scale, right? It's kind of set in stone. Then we see within societies, there's a struggle for what many of these scholars call cultural capital. And this solidifies internalized hierarchies that are both adherent to like the state and the society, but also embedded in all of our kind of ideas about how things go in our society. And as I mentioned, it's very difficult for these to be altered. So I wanted to give a few culinary examples, as you see with the tortillas there on the left of the slide. I want to provide two core examples of how migrant foods are presumed to exist as unchanging or static or yet to be something else, right? So one example I wanted to give is chop suey, which was how kind of Chinese American food entered into the what I would call the foodscape. So like the creation of an idea of what their ethnic food might be. However, though consumers might think of this food as like noodles with some chopped chicken or beef or pork, the original dish really includes proteins of necessity, things that are maybe considered like disgusting or unwanted in the foodscape. And these would be things like entrails, like intestines, stuff along those lines. So this gets into the idea of, as I mentioned, disgust and other negative ideations of these foods of the other. The other misrepresentation I wish to cover briefly here is the flour tortillas you see on the slide. And as I mentioned, though, of course, flour tortillas are common in northern Mexico, and then we see that corn tortillas are more common in southern Mexico. This idea of wanting to create like a mobile food for workers was seized on, especially in San Francisco's Mission District, where a lot of Latinos have moved to, and that's now kind of a gentrifying neighborhood as well. But today, these kind of, what would I call it? These tortillas are really ubiquitous with fast food chains, fast casual chains like Qdoba and Chipotle. And this has kind of sanitized the original migrant rooted dish. This causes, as I'll keep talking about as I go through my paper and this presentation, a loss of cultural significance, right? As well as an inability to move on value judgment scales, as I mentioned already. So this idea of being affordable or cheap or family friendly is kind of rooted in the ideas of how these foods are thought about. So to talk about linguistic violence, I wanted to turn to some examples that are talked about in the literature about how these pertain to Latinos in the US. As I mentioned in my intro, there's a valorization or a high valorization of English language knowledge, and then in turn, a hostility towards Spanish. And this comes out in writings by an anthropologist named Jane Hill, and she writes about the idea of mock Spanish, which is spoken by Anglo-Americans who do know some Spanish, but at the same time are making fun of or damaging the reputation of native speakers. A key cultural example, as you see on the top right of the slide, is hasta la vista baby, right? That it's used as kind of a moniker that people might know what it means, but yet it's the original referent of the speakers of the actual language are kind of forgotten or left out or kind of disparaged in this speech pattern. There's a sophistication that wants to be relayed by using these terms, but it's also fear and distrust of the actual speakers. We see also many examples in linguistic anthropology and other fields that study language of the idea of code switching, that a speaker fits the language that they speak to the audience of their speech patterns, right? I would speak differently to my parents or to my advisors than I would to my friends, or depending on the social situation, you might use a different cadence or a different vocabulary. Finally, to cover just some of these ideas of within Spanish dismissal, as you see on the slide, the idea that Spanish is less value than English is there, of course, as I mentioned, but also accented Spanish is equally disparaged. This code switching between English and Spanish, kind of Spanglish that is used in the Southwest, in Florida, and in different migrant communities across the US is dismissed and said that it's spoken poorly. So an example, as you see on the slide, is the idea in Mexican communities in Texas, both those who have recently moved, but also then those who were there and the border kind of crossed them. This idea of Tex-Mex Spanish, which in this article you see et al., these are language teachers that are kind of talking through, oh, this is bad Spanish, or this is good Spanish, and kind of placing, again, these value judgments that I talked about on the previous slide. And then undesirable fusion in the use of this term Tex-Mex, which obviously we know describes the food as well. So we see that the food and the language are kind of parallel in their lack of desire for their actual fusion to be kind of valued. So this idea of culinary brown face comes out of some writings by one of my co-advisors, and she describes it as gastronomic performances of ethnicity. So what would this mean? This bears out not only that the food served on the menu adheres to Anglo demands of Mexican food and Latin food more generally, but also is embedded in the ambiance, the food, the music that's played, the images that are on the wall, some of these hyper popularized, like the bandito in the sombrero leaning on the cactus that folks might be familiar with. The use of monikers, this idea of using words like authentic to describe this food, and this idea of other stereotyped ideations of who Latinx people are and what their food is. So there's an implication then of dirtiness and impurity in these restaurants that are catering to a very specific clientele that's outside of the original migrant base. And it lowers the status of those who are actually the cookers, the chefs, the owners, the restaurateurs of these places. So this is really kind of a general performativity, right, of the ethnicity of either the people that are cooking or the people that are being referred to, even if the clientele or the people running the business are not of Latin American origin. So we see then that the foods that people eat are baked into a judgment of the people that are making them. And this leads again to the stress and anxiety that I'll cover in turn in this presentation. So to provide some background, the Midwest, of course, is sometimes thought of as a new site of settlement. However, I'd like to kind of challenge that by bringing in the idea of that there have been multiple and long-term presences of Latinos in this area. So it's kind of a parallel, like, okay, we have Chicago, we have Mexican town in Detroit, we have these neighborhoods and areas that have seen a long-term Latinx presence, but it's still kind of valuable to think about this as a new site, whatever we want to think of that is, because movements to places like Ohio, parts of Michigan, much of Indiana has been a lot more recent. So there's in the literature, it's written about how spaces like especially LA County were kind of saturated and there was no more space for migrants to literally move into jobs and businesses and homes. So there was an explosion of non-LA, non-Texas movement of Mexicans all over the country. That's when the first Mexicans arrived to New York City in large numbers. And of course, here in the case of the Midwest, that's when that really spiked about 30 years ago now. So just providing that background, I'd also like to briefly cover what I'm going to call in my research the various registers of Latinx cookery as it exists in the US. So the first that I've been kind of commenting on a little bit already is fast food. Of course, we have this kind of hyper sanitized and mass produced version of this cuisine in the ideas of Taco Bell, Chipotle, and other restaurants. What I'm calling culinary tourism in the second level is really these fast casual sit down places where Mexican food is served as an opportunity for one's lunch to be seen as something adventurous, right, or exotic, that it's something familiar and approachable, yet also outside of the registers of daily life for the audiences and the clientele. The third layer is various locales which rely mainly on the Latinx consumer base, and some of these culinary tourists who might come in and try the food or know that it's really good and will bring it to their families or friends. And then this is the start of the food really being cooked with the community of origin in mind, instead of the outside consumer. Finally, we have heritage cooking. And of course, there are restaurants that specifically cater to this. And these kind of barriers are a little fungible, that there's places where it might be in 3 and 4, wherein regional and community specific eateries are either foods that are cooked at home, right? And maybe people sell what they've cooked at home to friends, family, workers, whomever, and also places that are designed by and for the communities to eat. So those are those registers to give you them as I work through this. So what then is this culinary violence term I've been using, or what they're trying to define here? And this concept, as applied to the immigrant Latinx foodscape in the Midwest, posits that Mexican food is present in a sanitized form, but then this space, as I mentioned, becomes seized on as a site of settlement, a new place for these people to arrive. So there's a pre-existing idea of what the food might be that comes from popular culture, fast food restaurants, et cetera, but then the space is actually populated by folks that are from this community, and they bring obviously their own ideas and of course their own ways of eating this food and making this food. So this impacts both the literal availability of the ingredients for the folks that are arriving, what is available, and then of course, as I'll really focus on, what is expected from chefs of heritage origin that are making these foods for both their community, but also for those from without their community, from outside of it. This produces an interaction in this context zone that is really a form of symbolic violence. And that's why I'm using the word violence. It's this cultural construct that really pushes down, as I've mentioned, and kind of situates food, ethnicity, and migration in a space, as you see in the diagram, wherein folks are really influenced and presented in a negative way, and presents, again, this existential crisis, of course. So on the next 3 slides, I'll cover the themes in turn briefly, and then I'll move into some counterbalances. So the first of these themes, as I struggle to get to the next slide, the first of these themes is appropriation. So appropriation is best defined, excuse me, as seizing on a cultural form from without direct attachment to the tradition. So these are usually from expected stereotypes or norms of what the food is thought of to be, whereas in some cases we might presume there be appropriation, but there is actually somewhat of an authentic fusion. A great example of this I'd like to bring out, as you see on the slide, is Korean Mexican food in LA. So there are Korean communities, there are Mexican communities. How can we fuse these? How can these come together? The food truck as a space where that can happen. And so making tacos using the corn tortilla and then putting the Korean ingredients or mixing the two types of cuisine in a really authentic way in a space like LA where there's people from all over the world. Then again, we have these ideas of who is where in the restaurant. So in the literature or in our minds, if we think about going to a sit-down restaurant, we have those who we see in the front of the house, the maitre d', the person that seats you, the server or waitress or waiter. We have those folks, and then we have the people that are in the back of the house that are hidden from our view, obscured from ever really interacting even with the customer, unless they're really active. And one of those chefs that kind of comes out and says, "How's everything going?" These are thought of as what I would call brown collar jobs, and that's how it's referred to in the sociological literature. And we can think about chefs, pastry chefs, dishwashers, those sorts of jobs as really a place where there's limited mobility into new positions. There's a lot of great writing by folks like Eli Wilson about this topic. So I'd like to just briefly mention that as well. And then we have what's limited, what I call limitation to cooking of your own food only. So that folks are, especially of migrant backgrounds, are stuck in making only the foods from their culture. And one example I'd like to bring out is there's a chef couple in New York City, and one is Bengali American and one is Egyptian and grew up in different parts of the Middle East. Together, they didn't open a restaurant that served Bengali food or North African food or Middle Eastern food. They together opened a soul food restaurant in Brooklyn. But when customers would come to the restaurant, they were expecting exotic spices, different flavors. But what the two of them were trying to make was something very, I guess we could call American, whatever that means in the context of food. And the restaurant didn't really do very well because of these preconceived notions and expectations. So we see that in the appropriation, there are warping of these diasporic traditions, right? That we see in the image on the right, that something Mexican has been taken and turned into something very different. Right? So there's migrant participation in their own stereotyping and putting on of the cuisine like a costume. To briefly cover replacement, since I'm running low on time, what one thinks Latinx food might be versus what migrants cook gets into the preconceived assumptions about the food. So we see in the image here an arepa, which is a South American dish. It's corn flour and then it's stuffed with meat, usually avocado, some cheese. But actually what was happening in a restaurant here in Columbus was that folks were asking for things to be on the dish without really acknowledging, oh, let me learn what the dish is first, and then I can put things on it that might be from without. So consumers think that they know what the reality of the food is, and they don't actually there's no desire to really learn what it is otherwise. So it's an alteration, as you see on the penultimate bullet, an alteration to reach the expectations. The final theme here I wanted to cover is loss of creativity and this impossibility of reproduction. This is a restaurant that I spoke to the chef in Michigan. And as you see, this idea of health code is really something that he was commenting on. So of course, there's a desire to provide for food safety, but the example that he gave was, okay, salsa is usually served hot and poured over the food, whereas in an American context, it needs to be served in like a dressing cup, like you might get ranch or blue cheese in, and it needs to be cold. So it needs to change its form to fit to the standards. We also, again, see these preconceived notions. So the biggest seller is in the vein of Qdoba or Chipotle with this idea of the burrito bowl. So this is far from the intended goal of the place. So innovative Latinx cookery is limited by these expectations. Again, what is expected versus the true cuisine that people would wish to bring. So just to briefly cover this stress model, there's an idea of adjustment of folks as stressful. This is exacerbated then by this culinary violence. So as you see on the model, and I know I'm running low, but I guess I'll stop here, is that there's an idea of like, as a ethnographer, or if someone were to complete ethnography in this space, There's an idea of use of interviews, participatory observation, going and having people map where in the city they buy food to show where they have to go and the mobilities and immobilities that they face. That's kind of a voiced idea of this. But then this can also, I feel, be documented through looking at folks' health, looking at their self-reports, what they say their health is like, how it has decreased or increased since they've arrived in the US or since the generations go by if their grandparents or parents were the ones who moved to the United States. And that creates an anthropometric profile. Okay, I will stop there. And I thank you so much for your attention. And I look forward to our question and answer period. Thank you so much. I'll stop my share. Hang on. Cool.
Thank you so much, Andrew. We're going to keep moving right along. Next up, we have Noelle Bellinger.
Okay, so I have a PowerPoint presentation that I'm going to share. All right. Okay, so at first I wanted to say, Andrew, great job. That was a really great presentation. My name is Noelle. I am a student in the anthropology grad program at Wayne State University. And I have a focus in cultural anthropology, as well as the inclusion of how art and literature is involved with ethnographic studies, as well as cultural anthropology itself. So the basis of this project is going to be looking at different examples of how art can be seen as a source of healing, as well as a source of spreading more socio-political messages. And I wanted to analyze the relationship between art and violence, while also putting more of a focus specifically on the prison industrial complex. So what we're going to be learning about with this project, with this presentation that I have for you all today, is a focus on the prison industrial complex, as well as providing more of a theoretical framework for the development of this project. This is still in the works, so this is still kind of like the beginning stages. And so a lot of what I've been working on so far is theorizing a lot of what goes into the anthropology of art, the anthropology of violence, and then looking at that relationship between art and violence. So I'll just get right into it. So what I have here is an example of how anthropology can be used, or how art can be used in the study of anthropology. So art, especially if it's art that's created either by an individual or it's something that's used to represent something in a certain culture, the skill of interpreting art can give us a lot of insight into the inner workings of a certain society or a certain culture. And so I provided an image, an example of the Codex Borgia, which is a collection of different Aztec manuscripts, just to kind of show an example of how art can be used to depict the layout of either a certain culture or society's cosmology. This gives us a lot of insight into Aztec belief systems, as well as the socio-political layout and how we can analyze and study the structure of a certain society. So that's not the focus of this presentation, so I just included that as an example of itself. But something that's very important to me too, and something that is involved a lot in especially more contemporary anthropological discussion, is the presence of interpretation and how ethnographers and cultural anthropologists can use these type of interpretive skills to help give us more insight into the art itself. And there are a lot of challenges involved with that too, because especially being an American ethnographer, it can be very tricky to take the art that was produced by either an individual from a different culture, depending on what that art is and depending on the artist and the context given for where the art was created. It's very tricky and can be very dangerous for an ethnographer to provide their own interpretation onto the art, which a lot of a lot of it can be inspired by more of a Western, potentially imperialist framework. So it can be very tricky. And so those were a lot of the different challenges that were involved with this project. As well, too, when analyzing the relationship between art and violence specifically, while I was developing a lot of these different theories, another big challenge was how to talk about art when there is the presence of violence that exists within a certain society or culture. So to talk on the other end, to talk about violence, when we're looking at art and we're looking at violence, these are two things that can be very, very polar opposite. And so there's a lot of thinking involved with even trying to conceptualize violence. And so I attempted to try to give somewhat of my own definition on violence itself. So I wanted to look at cases of violence that occur between individuals, but also more specifically, violence that occurs on a systemic level. More of like what we'll see later on too in this slideshow is specifically using the prison industrial complex and how violent that systemic structure is. It provides an example of how this can manifest. So what I have here too is an example from the ethnographic work Charred Lullabies, written by E. Valentine Daniel. He did a lot of his ethnographic research in South India and in Sri Lanka, and he worked a lot with the Tamil. And he witnessed a lot of the different forms of violence that, that persisted between the different ethnic groups in that region. And he defined the presence of violence as a counterpoint to culture. And what that usually means is that when we put definitions onto what makes a culture, or what makes a society, when violence occurs, violence exists in its own vacuum, and it exists within its own void, that there is a point before and after the violence occurs. And so Daniel says, culture totalizes. Culture is the emergence of higher and increasingly more adequate agreement from less adequate and less developed contradictions. The counterpoint I speak of is something that resists incorporation into the harmony of a still higher order of sound, sense, or society. And so I wanted to look at then, how can we look at how art can be produced after something violent has occurred, and what are the reasons for that art being created, and how can we do so in a way that isn't trivializing to the violence that occurred or the context of which the violence has occurred in. And so moving on then to then talking about the violence of the prison industrial complex. And this is a very particular case of how violence can be carried out. While looking at this project too, specifically, I wanted to look at how colonial systems too, in cases of territorial occupation, how those could also be violent in and of themselves. Within the prison industrial complex, it's very particular because this violence is very much normalized, especially in American society. With the presence of these prison systems, it's normalized and it's also mandated by these systems as well as within these systems. And so this violence is used as a form of punishment and used as something that is also very continuous and cyclical. So people who go into these prison systems are forced to endure these spaces of liminality. Many times they never really leave that space of liminality. A lot of what's involved with this project, as it's going to be continuing further on, is looking even more at prison abolition movements. And that's something that I always would come across with my research. And the more that I study this and look into it, even looking at the art that may be produced by those who are incarcerated, it shows even more too to the emphasis on prison abolition movements and exposing just how violent this whole prison system is. And so I also here included a quote from Dr. Angela Davis from Are Prisons Obsolete? And she says, the prison therefore functions ideologically as an abstract site into which undesirables are deposited, relieving us of the responsibility of thinking about the real issues afflicting those communities from which prisoners are drawn in such disproportionate numbers. This is the ideological work that the prison performs. It relieves us of the responsibility of seriously engaging with the problems of our society, especially those produced by racism and increasingly global capitalism. And I wanted to touch back on to the normalization of violence within the prison industrial complex and within these prison systems, because even while violence on the inside is mandated, it's almost kind of controlled and organized in a way to try to keep incarcerated people in line. But even outside of prisons, when we have either certain jokes or statements that sets to normalize this violence. So for instance, jokes that I know that I have grown up hearing, jokes such as "don't drop the soap," and jokes similar to that kind of play into this normalization of the violence. So we're aware of what's going on, we're aware of how this violence is mandated, but it still provides us a safe distance from actually dealing with or seeing what is actually occurring within these systems. So to look further then at the relationship between this example of violence occurring, of systemic violence occurring, I have this great resource that really kind of shows a lot of information on this topic. This is a book and art exhibition that was organized by Dr. Nicole R. Fleetwood. She's the professor of American Studies and Art History at Rutgers University. And this was a project that took her about 9 years in the making. She highlights about 35 different artists, all of who were incarcerated. She conducted interviews, site visits, personal collections, institutional archives, and many other different methods in order to collect all of these different examples of artwork created by incarcerated people. And so I included two, I wish I had more time to kind of go through the art specifically that was created by a lot of incarcerated people. I highly recommend the book. It's called Marking Time, Art in the Age of Mass Incarceration. But even while she was, while Dr. Fleetwood was embarking upon this project, she included a lot of cases of prison abolition. And so I included some quotes here from her book that says, "What I learned is that art in prison is a practice of survival, an aesthetic journey that documents time in captivity, a mode of connecting with others, but it does not resolve the injustices rooted in the carceral system." She also says that this project also established a lot of connections between those who were incarcerated and their loved ones who are non-incarcerated. And so either establishing or even reestablishing, it was also used as a way to just simply survive within this violent system and to create something to show for that survival. Okay. And so just to look more into the potential future of this project, I intend to try to look more into the socioeconomic side of it, so such as the trade and barter systems within the American prisons and how a lot of these different resources are used to create different forms of art. I also wanted to explore how art is not only used as a form of healing for trauma, but as a form of resistance and revolt. And so I think that should be all the time that I have left today. So thank you all so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Noel. And now we'll hear from Layali Alsala.
Hi, everyone. So I'm just gonna pull up. I don't have a full presentation. My pieces that I'm putting together are video and sound. So it's taking a lot of editing and moving around. So I don't have anything to present, but what I do have are the questions that I've been asking in these interviews around my topic, and some answers to share to kind of get a broader sense of what I'm working on. So just give me 1 second and I will share my screen. Thanks for all for being here. It's very exciting actually to be able to present the work in this way. Okay, well, it's not doing it. So I'll just read them off. So what I'm looking at is violence, right? Which is this big topic and this huge thing with these multiple pockets. But what I'm trying to understand specifically for me as a person, as an artist, as someone that survived interpersonal violence, I want to know its connections to all of us, us meaning the Arab women in my community. I hope to expand this project outside of Arab women, and have something really massive. But right now, because it is very personal to me, I'm trying to keep the focus intimate and the questions intimate. I want to look at the universality of violence, the subtleties of violence, the various definitions, how it comes up in different people's lives. And how we share it and what it does and where it's carried on the body. So I'm a body healer. I'm a yoga instructor. I'm a dance teacher as well. I teach primordial yoga, and that all is really, really focused on unleashing traumas, which is, a major thing with yoga. I think is attributed to like healing, physical healing in the body, unlocking certain parts of the trauma. But Western yoga is actually very redundant, I guess. It's the same movements over and over, the same type of vocabulary, the same thing that we're working for. And so that's actually subconsciously we're locking ourselves into this routine, and that keeps the body from unleashing tucked in trauma from parts of the body that we may not be aware of. And I thought once I got certified in these different types of yoga, I started thinking about violence differently and how it's kept, and that not all violence is physical and obvious, and not all of it is to the extent where you can pinpoint exactly where it's held on your body. A lot of the time, some of the worst violences are the subtleties because we aren't able to reach them. And when I say reach them, I mean via, verbal therapy and via movement therapy, like yoga that has this, a lot of Western yoga sticks to a strict type of movement, and that's actually restricting. And so once I came aware of this, it was just so amazing to me. This, like, the healing is completely different than what I was originally trained with. And so that means the violence that we experience is completely different than what I was trained with. I'm also a violence counselor, a gender violence counselor, and that really opened up my definitions of violence, both from my own lens and how I would talk to clients. And so it is going to be a series of interviews. They're very open-ended, conversation-led. So I just kind of play off what the people are saying. Sometimes the questions don't get answered, but a different idea of violence gets addressed, which I think is a beautiful way to do interviews, especially when something as personal as violence and as triggering as violence for some people. And so my goals with the interviews, or I'm in the process of transcribing a few of them right now. And what I'm doing is I'm trying to take apart line by line where I see the similarities in all of these interviews. And I'd like to collect them into a sort of a collective poem to overlay over the video. And the video is a collection of shots of different parts of the body of the interviewees. So it's anonymous. And I think that's a really major point that I wanted to preserve, because for closed communities, for brown communities, and for Arab communities specifically, there's a lot of shame that comes with conversation around violence and around trauma. And so we're taught to suppress, which is another form of violence. But I think that because I spent a lot of like my youth and even, probably like a year ago of like really resisting my upbringing and resisting this idea that we should suppress this and like, let's just burn it down and deconstruct it and rebuild it. But, coming to terms with healing methods and recognizing that these are ancient, right? This is far beyond our years of how long violence has been suppressed in the female body. And so instead of trying to fight that, which could actually be more violent because it's triggering and it's trying to access something that someone may not have access to for whatever reason in their life. And so with that is, I wanted to kind of lean into that anonymity and lean into the fact that we have been taught that. And unfortunately, it is a part of our being and it's a part of our life and it's a part of our tradition. And so it is really hard to break. And so kind of leaning into that of keeping the anonymity and keeping the privacy and really highlighting violence in the body as opposed to face and name and attaching it to something, because this is something universal and body parts are universal and how we connect to our body is also something universal. So I wanted to lean into those concepts. And so there's several still shots on like a Sony handheld camera. They're very, very intimate. It's very grainy. It feels very home video. Which is also something I wanted to preserve. I didn't want it to look professional. I didn't want crystal clear lighting. I didn't want something that was built. I wanted something intentional, very home-like. I did a couple interviews in the car. There was an interview on a kitchen floor, and it was just me and her in her kitchen, and it was very, very, very intimate. And when you think of home videos and you think of family and you think of personality, a lot of the time they were these handheld videos. It was, in the 90s and early 2000s, and I kind of wanted to tap into that feeling. Again, just really, really highlighting the personal with the violence, and that it is something that we carry for the rest of our lives. And I don't take that lightly. And so therefore I wanted all of the artwork that comes out of us to emulate that. And so it's several still shots of different body parts. And at the end of the interview, I ask the interviewees what part of their body they connect to themselves. What part do they connect to their lineage, and what part do they connect to their inner self? And then I get shots of those parts of their bodies. And I want to have it be a standalone art piece so that the video will be able to stand alone. So without the sound, you can still feel what they're feeling just through these glimpses of these shots. And then, of course, the interview is this overlay that I will have one video separate of sound and one video with the overlay of the interviews cut up in different ways, really trying to highlight the similarities. Only after doing 3 interviews, I'm realizing although it is very similar, everyone's explanation is so different that I might change how I present the sound just to highlight everyone's own personality and how their own understanding of their own violence. It's their experience. So I would hate to cut up in a way that may take away from their experience. So that's getting a little difficult in terms of figuring out what to do with the sound and how I would like to present these interviews while still keeping anonymity. So I'm gonna just check my time. Okay, so I'm in like at my minute or 2 mark, I think. And with that, I'm going to just bring up a couple of the questions. The first one is, when did you find out you were a woman? How and in what ways did that manifest? The other one is, how do you define violence? And within their definition, a lot of the time personal experiences come up. And so I try to have them delve a little deeper into the definitions of how they developed them at a young age. And when in your life did it enter your frame of mind? Did you recognize it as active violence, or did that understanding develop later? And how have your definitions of violence changed since your first experience? Was the violence addressed or discussed in the spaces you were in? I want to pause on this question because this often gets follow-up questions from the past couple of interviews I have. And I want to emphasize what I'm trying to say is that it's not that violence isn't discussed in these spaces. It's not that it's not discussed with us. It's that it's either so normalized or justified or portrayed in a really light manner that we aren't even actually aware that the acts that are happening to our person is acts of violence. They're just acts. And I think when we talk about spaces of when the violence is being addressed, I'm talking specifically about, did someone tell you they were being violent? Was it aware? Were you aware? If it was a partner or a person or a system or a teacher, I had a story of a teacher where they felt violated in a way that was violent to their person outside of physical violence because it undermined how they saw themselves. And that's a crucial, part of development, especially as a female bodied person. And so, a lot of the time they were like, yeah, it was discussed, but it wasn't discussed as an act. It was just something that happened and nobody processed afterward. And if it was asked about like, why was this thing done? The response was, well, because she did X. And so it's not actually discussed as an issue. It's just discussed as a response, as anything is. If you're thirsty, you drink water, but nobody's really talking about the thirst or where does it come from or why were you thirsty? Why did you not have access to this water? And I think that's also a goal that I would like to have, of like trying to break down the conversations that we have had about violence, that remove violence from the conversation and remove the act and remove accountability. And I think that has a lot to do with trauma and processing trauma as well, because the person that's committing these acts are not acknowledging them as acts that they are carrying out with their own hands. And I think that's really a contributing factor to suppression. Does it contribute to who you are and who you are becoming? And then I move into body of where in your body do you hold the violence that you've experienced? And where do you hold the silencing? And do you see the trauma manifest in your daily life and in the environment around you? And how often would you say you are battling those things? And then I move into recovery, depending on how that conversation goes, of where does the recovery exist in your life and where does that recovery exist in your body? Where do you feel your body push back the most when working with recovery and your own healing? Has movement played any roles in that recovery? And then I go into, defining what movement could be and defining what healing from violence means to them. And then I end it with intimacy, and I talk about intimacy and love and how intimacy and love are defined and how violence contributed or, deconstructed their definitions of intimacy and violence. And so that's my project. I'm looking more. I plan to go to the Arab American Museum next week to look more into research. I have a lot of research coming out of Arab countries, but I'd like to focus on diaspora or Arab communities living specifically in the United States, because it would be a dishonor, I think, to the work and to the interviewees without acknowledging the violence that colonization and imperialism has on host communities living in the United States. And so what I hope to produce also is the map of a pre-colonization and the map of lands pre-Western intervention and the British and French imperialist rule. So I wanted to include state violence in a subtle way, by not bringing it up at all, I guess, but highlighting the necessary things to point out that we are experiencing a violence separate of our interpersonal communications. And that is something that is always going to loom over us. And that surveillance and that fear and that police state is something that is ingrained in the back of our minds. That is another type of violence that isn't really discussed. And so I'm working on how to highlight that without giving it a center, because I also want to decentralize that, because, we have lives outside of the life of fear of the United States. And so I would like to find an honorable way to tie those in. So that's my future steps and with this project. And, thanks for listening. It's a passion project for more reasons than, one, I'm really trying to discover my own healing and my own self through my sisters, through heritage. And it's a big emotional thing. And so it's been really hard, but it's good. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Layali. That was a beautiful presentation, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you put together. Okay, so let's move to now our final panelist for this panel is Stacy Markle.
All right, so I am just trying to share my screen here, but for some reason my computer is saying no. Hang on, let's see. 1 second, y'all. Well, this would be bad if it wouldn't let me do this. Let's see. There we go. All right. Let's see if it lets me do it now. Sorry about that. Nope, not going to let me do it. Neil, I'm just going to talk. Sorry about that. I have a really cool screen thing too. Oh, well. Okay, so I am a doctoral student at Wayne State in linguistic anthropology. And as part of my lengthy preparation for what will hopefully be my doctoral research, Dr. Chris Amalis, if you're still there, I did a project that examined historical documents from 1763 to 1812 in order to discover what they revealed about attitudes toward women. Since they were mostly written by men, they provided a bit of a window into male cognitive spaces, but they also reflected social attitudes writ large. So this project enabled me to think more deeply about the following. So were men's notions regarding women particular to this time? How much were they influenced by attitudes in Europe? And what attitudes and gendered ideologies do we see carrying over into later times and even the present? Most importantly, what are the subtle language structures below the sentence and clause that communicate attitudes about women? So for example, what are words that co-locate, such as fairer and sex? What are metaphors, such as fairer sex? So I used this study to try and answer these questions, and my overarching one, which was, how did 18th and 19th century language create or reflect specific ideologies that were used to pinion women to subaltern positions? So my first slide is, actually, maybe it's good that I can't show you guys these because then you're not trying to read ahead and get confused while I talk. The first text that, well, this wasn't the first text, but this was an example of one of the texts that I examined. And it was a poem, it is a poem, that was part of a letter to the editor of a 19th century periodical. So the author is anonymous, but he's presumed to be male by the editor. He asks the editor to publish this poem, which he claims should particularly appeal to the fairer sex because it describes her ideal character. He says, one that would appear really beautiful in the eyes of the writer and others of similar taste. He also says that this poem describes his ideal Eve. So I'm going to read it very quickly. So, grant me, kind heaven, the nymph still formed to please, impassionate as infants when at ease, fair as the opening rose, her person small, artless as parent Eve before her fall, courteous as angels, unreservedly kind, of modest carriage and chastest mind, her temper sweet, her conversation keen, not wildly gay, but soberly serene, not talkative nor apt to take offense, with female softness joined to manly sense, her dress and language elegantly plain, not sluttish, forward, prodigal, or vain, not proud of beauty, nor elate of praise, not fond to govern, but by choice obeys, as is the needle to the attractive pole. Caution opposed to charms like these were vain, and man would glory in the silken chain. So there are so many references in this poem, and I'm just going to go through a couple of them. I'm going to jump around a little, but it doesn't matter because you can't see it anyway. Sorry about that. So in line 5, he refers to the parent Eve before her fall, and he uses the word fall is capitalized. So his reference to Eve, in this reference, he conjures the idea of the first woman, the quintessential prototype for women. In addition, Eve also evokes the image of a fallen woman, one who is accused of being responsible for the downfall of Adam, the prototype for man. But he qualifies her as the artless Eve before her fall, i.e. capital fall, i.e. the perfect woman before she became conniving and caused man's fall, the big one, from grace. So in line 1, the poet uses the word nymph to refer to his ideal woman. So nymph is a really complicated image. It conjures a small girl-like creature of the woods who is perhaps magical. The Oxford English Dictionary first defines nymph as a semi-divine spirit taking the form of a maiden inhabiting the sea, woods, or trees, often attendant on a particular male, usually a god. The second definition describes a woman regarded as a means of sexual gratification. The third is an insect in an almost adult form, but still sexually immature. A related word is, of course, nymphomania, defined as uncontrollable sexual desire. So this word is loaded with meanings of a young girl, there to please her man. She's sexually immature or perhaps inexperienced, so she's virginal, but capable of immense and maybe uncontrollable desire. In the same line, he says she's formed to please. In other words, she's there to serve him and his pleasure. The prototypical woman, he says, should be fair like a rose and small, i.e. physically beautiful and diminutive, again, evoking the image of immaturity, among other images. She should be courteous as angels. In other words, she's otherworldly, she's heavenly, perfection, so no pressure. She should be modest and chaste. Again, the trope that a woman should be a virgin with its attendant binary that a man should be sexually experienced, which begs the question, with whom do men gain this experience if not with women? Her temperament should remain sweet and kind. She should not take offense, presumably, regardless of how he treats her or what life deals her. And again, no pressure. Her conversation should be keen, but not too talkative. In other words, she should be smart, but not too smart, or at least not smarter than him. Her softness joined to his manly sense. Again, the trope of the woman as soft and weak, combined with that of man as the one who possesses the intellectual sense. Her dress should be elegant and plain. He doesn't want her to be too flashy in case other men might find her attractive or take notice. Further, fancy clothes cost money. So I could continue, go on and on, but if we stop there and ask the question, to whom is he speaking? The answer is obvious. He's explicit. He's speaking to women. He doesn't need to speak to men because he assumes, no, actually he knows that they're all in agreement. This is the ideal woman. The spoken and unspoken message is that all women should strive for this in order to attract and to please a man. They should exist for his pleasure. So this was one of the most common 19th century cognitive models schemas surrounding women that I found. So why is this important? As you may have noticed, many of these attitudes sound familiar. Indeed, the residue of colonial attitudes and their corresponding linguistic structures continue to do harm today in our supposedly post-colonial society. This sort of study allows us to make telling connections between the distant past and contemporary worlds. So how did the pandemic affect my thinking? So oppressive ideologies of this sort seem to have been exacerbated. The types of social inequities that this project highlighted have become even more obvious. An important note, while this study deals only with the with the oppression of women, and mostly white women, it's not my intention to essentialize them as the only women existing in subjugated colonial spaces. It just happens that during the time period that is the focus of this study, much of what was written was for, by, or about white women. Hierarchies of femaleness constructed through race and class in colonial America were largely ignored in publications, a silence that is in itself telling. So I'm seeking to underscore how language is implicated as an instrument that mediates, for better or for worse, social disparities. And language during the pandemic was no exception. Just to give an example, has anyone noticed how we're talking a lot about mothers who can't go back to work right now because of the dearth of affordable childcare? Why aren't we talking about fathers? So perhaps this is in part because we still have this cognitive and linguistic schema that co-locates women with child rearing. So I've also been thinking a lot about binaries, and the pandemic has underscored binaries with discussions of haves and have-nots, sick people and healthy people. As I engage in research, I am seeking to both lean into these binaries. Layali, you talked about leaning in, and I think that's a really good way to put it, to lean into the binaries, but also to search for the spaces in between the shades of gray. One concept that is couched in extreme binaries and undergirds much of my research is gender. I've watched with interest as today's discussions as our society slowly and painfully dismantles the idea of gender as just a male-female dichotomy. We're starting to understand it as a fluid construction that informs everything we do. I am also trying to be aware of this and to contribute to this binary deconstruction with my research. But I'm finding trying to get away from binaries more difficult than it would seem. And I think this is partly because even our language encourages binary or tertiary conceptualizations. So think about how we like to put a sentence together. And I'm just going to go to read a couple of the sentences that I pulled so you can see. So these are just different sentences I pulled from various scholars. So one says, the important role played by Indians in the European settlement and early growth of Canada. Or kinship ties were sustained and reinscribed through gift exchange, trade, and ritual enactments. So you can see here that it sounds right when we put together a sentence to have this and this, or this and this and this. So our language is steering us toward binary and tertiary constructions, and therefore maybe conceptual spaces, which makes it really hard to get away from binaries. And it makes me wonder about languages that don't do this, maybe non-Western ones. So while the study underscored for me how much our language both reflects and encourages our conceptual orientations, and how these orientations have deep roots, it also sparked my curiosity about other languages that reflect and encourage other ways of thinking and being in the world. Hopefully, I'll get to explore this a little more in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stacy. Okay, so now we're going to open up the floor to questions. And we have about 15 minutes. So if you have questions for any of the panelists who we just heard from, you can either unmute yourself, you can, raise your hand, or you can throw it in the chat if you don't want to speak for yourself. Sure, go ahead, Dr. Chrisimo.
Yeah, hi. Thank you to everybody. And my question is for Andrew Mitchell. And thank you for a fantastic talk. It was very nice to hear you talk about Wayne State. Former department chair Jane Hill. I don't know if you knew that, but it was certainly one of our foremothers here at Wayne many years ago, and now much lamented. I was interested in hearing you talk about the ways about some of the aesthetic aspects of appropriation, and the sort of, when you think about foodscapes, you're thinking about food, but you're thinking about the presentation. I guess I was wondering if you were familiar with the discussion about appropriation that went on a few years ago at Chipotle and their use of Mayan hieroglyphs. The linguist Taylor Jones reported on this, and it was a really fascinating, important discussion that went on. And I guess then to turn that into a question for you, to ask how those questions of sort of aesthetics and the aesthetics of these sort of chain restaurants like Chipotle and Chi-Chi's then play into the kind of work you're doing on culinary violence.
Thanks for the question. That's wonderful serendipity that Jane Hill was at Wayne State. I actually didn't know that. That's great. But the question is wonderful because it allows me to kind of talk a little more about this. And like I mentioned, the idea of culinary brown face is not just about like the performativity of the place, but also the images, as you mentioned, some of the other ones that we can think about. We can think about as well in coffee shops, this kind of invisible referent of the indigenous grower or picker of the coffee that folks might be familiar with, this kind of desire to play up, oh, we're free trade, we really care about the indigenous peoples, yet, you know, there's still much work to be done there. But I'm thinking about this, what I wrote down while you were speaking was this idea of the invisible referent. So it's almost as though these notions of what the food or what the culture that's being portrayed in the restaurant are ignores, invisibilizes others, minoritizes, marginalized, I can keep going, those folks that are actually from these backgrounds, right? It turns it into a trope or an image or a simplification of it all. That's kind of what I would say. The Mayan hieroglyph example is a great one because there's kind of a desire to play up the ancientness or the historical nature, yet the modern kind of separarization, or as we can think about it as like the haves and the have-nots of our society, that in immigrant labor kind of lays in a very precarious location. So we can think about that as well in concert with that. So that's a wonderful question. And I'll stop there. There's so much to be said about this kind of image making. And we see it in other types of restaurants too. We have like Panda Express that I could have commented on too, right? Like the Chinese American-ness of the sculptures at a PF Chang's or something like that, right? So I'll stop there, but there's so much more to be said about that. So thanks for bringing it up.
Can I ask Leali a question?
Sure, go ahead. Oh, one sec. Barbara had her hand up first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go for it. Go for it, Barbara. And then Stacy, you.
Uh-oh. I guess I'll finally turn my camera on. Thank you for your presentations. I'm thoroughly enjoying them. I do have a question for Andrew. I thought your presentation was very interesting and I like how you tied it all together. My question is, how does the food insecurity play into your research from a cultural, a language, accessibility aspect in your research? Thank you.
Thanks so much for the question. Yeah, that's something I wish I could have spoken a little bit more about during the presentation, but I'm happy to address it here. So in thinking about this formation of this idea of culinary violence, I would say that it's not just kind of what I've covered, this, like I just was talking about in the previous question, the spaces in which the food is produced or the sanitized ways that it's presented and mass produced, but it also kind of gets at that this imagined referent, this imagined Latin or Mexican or whatever word we would like to use, food, it actually presents limitations, especially when migrants are moving to a new space. So we can think about what's available in like a local Kroger or something like that, like the Mexican aisle, right? And what does that do and who does that provide the food for? What ingredients are available? What ingredients are kind of seized on and thought of as like high status? A great example that just came to mind is avocado, and that it's a really important traditional food in many parts of Latin America, as we know, but it's also been seized on in these kind of I hesitate to use the word hipster, but I guess I'll go for it, ways like avocado toast, right? So how does a food, and another example actually, as I keep thinking, is quinoa too, right? So it's a very traditional food in much of the Andes, but now its mass production and its popularization has actually caused folks in those areas, Bolivia and so forth, to have to sell it instead of eating it themselves because the value has just completely skyrocketed. So I think that gets into food security and insecurity a little bit. Another point I would make is like mobility. I can use the example of Columbus as a kind of thought about that. My plan is to have people kind of map out where in the city they go to buy foods, to eat foods from their country and or community, or if they're eating things from outside, like how are they engaging with the full foodscape, not just what they might be familiar with as migrants. But this idea of the need to like cross space. So a lot of the folks live in like the southwest part of the city, but a lot of the mass grocery stores that serve these products or have these products that they're looking for are actually in different parts of the city. So that need to move around. There's great writings in places like Vermont about how people would like bike to get the ingredients that they needed, or that the bus is waiting for the bus, or an inability to like access cars or rideshare or what have you. So I think that all of these ideas about the food system more generally really play into this idea of culinary violence. And I'm glad that you brought up food insecurity as one of them. So thank you so much.
Stacy, did you want to ask your question?
Yeah, so Leali, I love what you're doing. I think it's really, really beautiful. And I love how you're approaching it. And your questions are so powerful, particularly I really, the one where you ask whether or not the person recognized the act as violence while it was occurring or right after, or did it take them a moment? I think that's so perceptive. But I wonder, so you were talking about the subtle violence that's difficult to access with healing measures. And I wonder, like, can you give an example of of what that would be, and B, how you would access and release it then? Like you as a practitioner or anybody.
Sure. So I'll expand first on what I mean by subtleties. So I think there's levels of violence, as there are for everything. And then there are like the obvious violences. So like the physical abuse, if there's sexual violence, if emotional violence, I think is also one of the ones that can be told if you're, being berated, mental violence, things like that. But there are things like surveillance, and there are things like the threat of violence, where you may not necessarily hear direct threats, but it's this unspoken uneasiness, this walking on eggshells. That's also a form of violence. And that's what I mean by subtleties, because I'll just show you in the upper body. So if you're walking around with eggshells, you're pretty tight. My shoulders are tight. And that's a subtlety. Whereas, for example, this, right, where there's a lot more motion, that's a more obvious move of the body when you're trying to protect a body from violence. But if you're just tense, that is a subtle violence. And so tensions in a muscle are actually sometimes harder to get, especially different pockets. There's just in the back alone, there's 33 bones, for example, right? And so to actually move the body in a certain way where the neopeptides, which are the cells in the body that hold on to trauma, it's hard to get them loose if you're only moving your back in one way, which is a traditional yoga, moving like this or moving this way and this way and in and out. But really the spine is meant to do this, and we're capable of that movement. But if you're always tense, you don't have access to that all of the time. And I think with like I said, with obvious physicalities, if it's on the person, there's a lot of like protective movements that is much easier to address as a practitioner, because you're just following where the natural body goes to protect itself. But if with tensions, or even with a mental strain, it impacts the stomach, it impacts the lower back in ways that aren't necessarily, can't be directly detected unless the physical violence was done to your stomach or done to your back. But a lot of the time, nerve endings and muscle tensions have to do with the stomach and the lower back just as much as direct movement does. And so it's a lot of hip rotation. So like primordial yoga is meant to do that. You're meant to move your body in non-traditional ways that traditional yoga holds. So it's a lot of like this, it's a lot of hip movement only as opposed to full body movement, because you want to unlock very specific parts of the body, very specific shoulder movements where you're kind of leaning into that tension, which is where I got the idea where it's like, you want to press into that, but then you want to release. And the release is the important thing, but you still have to feed into the tensions. You have to kind of reawaken that body to respond into the way that it knows in order to open up in ways it doesn't, may not know. So that was long-winded. I'm not sure if I answered your question, but yeah. Music is helpful. Music is a natural way to get the body to move in a way that it normally wouldn't, because you're following sets of drums, you're following a rhythm. So that's also helpful as a practitioner.
Thank you, Lyoli. Molly, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just had a quick question on that, and I apologize if it was covered in detail. There's a lot of noise here in the background. But Stacy, you talked about the language encouraging binary thinking, and were you referring to gender binary, or were you referring to binary on a broader scale?
Yeah, so that's a good question, considering that my project was a gendered project. No, I actually was thinking about binaries on a broader scale. I've just been thinking a lot about binaries, but then I actually was laying in bed one day and had been writing a lot and putting together these sentences. And it doesn't matter what you're talking about, it feels right to sort of say this and this, or this and this and this. Do you know what I mean? It feels like a complete sentence, or at least to me. So I'll give you an example. What are subtle language structures below the sentence and clause? So it just feels complete to put sentence and clause rather than just sentence, although clauses may be a little bit redundant, to make a complete sentence. And so I'm talking about those sorts of sentence and clause, or male and female, or men and women, or it just feels like our language steers us toward binary and tertiary constructions, and makes me wonder if that, and I'm talking our language, English or German or another Western language, and I wonder if that also makes it more difficult to conceptualize other spaces than just the binaries.
Thank you. That's very interesting. I'll think on that as I'm here in an area where there is an indigenous language that is constructed very differently. If I come across anything else, I do too.
Thank you, Molly and Stacy. And then Joshua, I think we have time for one last question.
Yeah, I had a question for Noelle and Layali as well, as they both pertain to art. And the project both, is relevant with art. So like with the art of incarcerated peoples, like you spoke of, and Layali with your project, with the art you're doing with photography and video. I wonder if you guys can speak a little bit to like the impact that art has once it starts circulating into like social relations of society. What impact does it have regarding as far as with healing and transformative power? Just like I guess what impact it has regarding those things.
Yeah. So for art that is made by a lot of incarcerated peoples, Dr. Fleetwood talks a lot about that. It's very complicated because a lot of times when someone who's incarcerated creates a piece of art, they many times don't own the rights to keeping a hold of that art. And so she, along with writing this book, she put forward an art exhibition so that a lot of this art can be displayed and that people can view that art. But many times when someone who is incarcerated creates art either for their own sake, many times they don't own like their own resources or own the materials in order to actually lay claim to that art that's created. So it's a very paradoxical way of looking at the creation of art, using it as a form of healing and a form of healing for trauma and for the violence that is being experienced within the prison system. It's almost something that, even though it's their own creation of that art, they can't still have their own autonomy linked to that art, even though it's about their own trauma.
I think it's a good question, because I've been thinking about how to follow up with this project, focusing on just healing and love, just energetically to kind of put out a good energy. Like I'm investing a lot of time triggering people basically. And so I'm trying to supplement that energy and give back into the universe in a way where my second part of the project focuses on just healing. So I don't even have a full answer yet, but as a inspiring body healer and practitioner, I feel like when you move in a non-traditional way, so stepping back into Stacy's talk of like finding language outside of the binary language, when you're trying to convince someone to step outside of binary movements that really have been taught by major pharmaceutical companies and practitioners that have a lot of money invested in really big bank and big corporations, so they intentionally keep certain language and keep certain movements out of their healing conversations, because therefore it would take away power from these major companies. Because a lot of the healing movements, when addressing trauma, has research to prove it heals numerous ailments, including mental disabilities and including things like PTSD and BPD, which is bipolar disorder that is often caused by trauma at a very young age. So these movements, when I think about healing, I think about how to access that without putting words to it, right? So it's like kind of by watching me engage in this way is giving them a nonverbal permission to explore themselves, which is really, I think, what movement should be. Movement is a nonverbal permission that we didn't know we were seeking. My own discovery through my own violence and certain movements, I didn't even know I could do them. No one told me that I couldn't. Nobody necessarily told me that, and nobody has said that to other survivors, that you can't move in this way, but it was eluded. And once you're in a victim mentality and your body is kind of hunched in this way your entire life in different forms, your subconscious believes it can't move in any other way. So it's about nonverbal communication, which a lot of the time is violence. Violence is not necessarily physical. Some of the most detrimental violence is unspoken. It's the threat of violence. It's that fear. It's that surveillance. And so I think that's what I would like to focus on in through healing, is that using the same body parts that impacted by violence, that may have caused violence too, I think is something that I think about, and going back into those same motions and into those same positions the body puts itself in when threatened, but just opening them up and revisiting them in a way that you hadn't before. So it's not wishing the trauma away. It's not moving in a way that opens you up. It's revisiting those places of yourself and just moving them differently, which then opens the mind to think about the trauma differently, and they're all kind of in sync together. But I don't want to tell you that. The body will tell you that, because the body knows more than the verbal and the mental mind do, actually. So I hope that answered your question.
Thank you so much, Layali. Okay, so that's our time for now. We're going to take a quick break. We will be back at noon. We have an awesome roundtable prepared with 4 professors from the anthropology department and a couple of students, PhD students, who will be speaking about some of the challenges, the things that went well, the things that were difficult, how people shifted over the last 2 years in research goals and yeah, so we will see you at noon for our roundtable. Thank you, everyone, and thank you all the panelists. It was an amazing panel. Mhm.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good day.
Good job, Stacy.
Hey, thanks. I'm just playing with my computer to see how I can get it to allow me to screen share because it was not letting me do it. So I hope you don't mind if I do this
Yeah, no problem.
just for future, I don't know, presentations.
Also, I'm going to humor myself. Molly, are you out there?
Yeah.
Hi.
Here.
Quick
Hi.
que- okay. All right. I guess I will kick it off. All right, everybody, welcome back to Transformations 2022. We are about to start our roundtable discussion. And today our discussants include Molly Hilton, Kimberly Shea, Dr. Newman, Dr. Rzuski, and Dr. Laborsky. So I'm just going to run through the transformations theme really quick, just to refresh everyone on why we're here and what we're talking about. So our title of this conference is Reversals in Resistance, Emergence and Imagination During Times of Crisis. In the face of mass disinformation campaigns, the severe impact of climate change, the reinvigoration of white supremacy, widespread public health and housing crises, and devastating situations at borders across the globe, we must engage with the ways in which people use crisis as a moment to rethink and reimagine violent and crumbling systems, move towards decentralized information flows, and claim research as a site for inclusion and transformation. So to put it simply, so how has the crisis transformed your work? What practices have you implemented to address shifting dynamics in our social, economic, and environmental landscapes? What methods have been helpful in navigating disasters in your community? How have you managed collaboration from a distance? What new visions of the future have emerged in your work from having to creatively respond to pressures of the present? So I'll keep that all in the back of your minds while we're going through these questions today, as they will hopefully inform your answers. So thank you all for being here, and I will commence with the first question. So, and this is just meant to be a free-flowing conversation, so whoever wants to chime in first, and if you want to piggyback off of each other, you can. I will try to manage the chaos if it gets a little too crazy with this group. But the first question is, how has the pandemic shifted the way you either conduct research or practice anthropology in general? And how have any of those changes been better or worse? Take some time. Molly, go ahead.
I think, doing international field work right now, it's caused me to think a lot about power differentials in a very, in a day-to-day sense, but also in a broader sense. But as I move through spaces or try to conduct my field work, the power differentials are, very apparent in like who's vaxxed and who's not vaxxed, and who has to wear a mask and who doesn't have to wear a mask, and where is it culturally appropriate or not. It's really caused me to attend to that in ways that I didn't expect. Hey, come on.
I'll chime in. I would, oh, sorry, go ahead. Okay. I'm at a very different stage in work, than I think. I'm not in the state of, I wasn't actually, it was interesting. I had two projects in different stages at the beginning of the pandemic. And They were in opposite ends of the spectrum. And one of them, the People's Atlas Project, was in some ways done. In a traditional sense, it was done, although I'll say why that's not true in a minute, but it was done in the week, a month before the pandemic started, so to speak, before the shutdown began, at least in Michigan. Of course, in other places it began later or maybe never happened, but that, in February of 2020, the book of People's Atlas came out. And that was really hard because so much of us had built up so much anticipation, and so many people who had been given so much to that project were so excited about it. And then to have it just kind of get overshadowed, of course, by what was going on, and have everyone not be able to gather to celebrate it was very difficult for us. And I think that actually is, for this project, but in general for anthropology, a big part of it. Research isn't just when you're walking around with a tape recorder or actually excavating. It's like every aspect of this project of anthropological practice. And this was a very particular part of it for this particular project, because we saw the book as not the completion of it. We saw it as another stage in it. And just like every other relationship in life, I found that it went through different kinds of, depending on a number of factors for individuals, what happened next, it varied. And, some of just like, and these are relationships that are been around for 10 years, and so they typically go through periods that are more energized or more active than others. And in some cases, we had to kind of fall back on our families and our lives and just couldn't work and couldn't cope for periods in the pandemic. We fell out of touch, but then at the same time, there are other minutes or other moments where people who I hadn't heard from in a while who were involved in the project popped up all the time during the pandemic, checking in, just like with every other relationships I think that we have. And so, but the challenge I think for us for that particular project, and I'm curious as to how this compares. I mean, this is a very different answer than one Molly gave, which I feel like you were right in the weeds of doing field work, but this is kind of a slightly different one for a collaborative project, is that it would have been really easy for myself and let's say Sarah Safransky, who's also an academic in the project, to just like do a Zoom with a bunch of academics and launch the book. But we talked with everybody as much as we could. And that would have felt almost like a backstab to everyone who didn't have access to Zoom, who wasn't part of that academic circuit. So as a result, this sort of marking of that moment, it sort of has been in a kind of weird suspended state. I'm actually, after this call, I'm back on a call about that, doing that again. So we're still trying to work through it. We've had some recognition with awards and stuff. And so sometimes gathering people is all about moments. And so we have some moments to maybe rekindle things and rethink about what the work's going to be. But I think, so from a collaborative project standpoint, I think the impact of the pandemic is actually quite similar to every other relationship you have with people that's ongoing, right? And a lot of it is just, a lot of us were just exhausted and couldn't work for a lot of it, and so we're just kind of trying to get back to it and struggle with it. So I hope that's not too discombobulated of an answer, not exactly like a list of bullet points, but really more of a story, at least of how it affected that one project. I've talked a lot, so I won't even talk about the other project I have going, at least not yet. But if someone else wants to talk, go ahead.
I will piggyback off of Andy because I had a somewhat similar experience publishing 2 books during the pandemic, one on my Caribbean research and one on Detroit, and each process was totally different, but much of what he said I share with. But I think the question of how the pandemic and the kind of overlapping crises that we're all dealing with in the world right now, asking how it affects anthropology as a discipline as a whole is a very difficult question to answer, because there are many, as Molly said, kind of inequities that these crises have exposed, but in some ways, there's many ways in which community of practitioners has been strengthened as well through technology and being able to gather across time zones on Zoom and for conferences like this. And those affordances have broken down barriers to access for a lot of people. And also, I think it's difficult to speak for the discipline as a whole because we're all at different stages in our career. So I think probably the graduate students have felt this most acutely because they have a time limit on their program and their work. And many of you have to go away to gather your data, whereas the rest of us have many irons in the fire. And it's been, from my own perspective, I've had a ton of caretaking duties, but I've been able to pivot some of my research and focus more on writing or lab work or local work. So I don't feel like I've lost a lot of scholarly opportunities. Like some have had to go on the back burner for sure, because I literally can't gain access to one of the islands where I work. But many of us have kind of hands in multiple projects at once. So it's in some ways, when I've had the time to do the work, I can pivot and work on things that have been collecting dust for a while. Or one of the things I've really enjoyed doing is building relationships with some of my local partners and taking the time to slow down and plan out, longer term collaborations to involve kind of more unconventional avenues into the research, like with the MOCAD and their teen council, doing an excavation, getting involved in an art exhibit. And it's not kind of seasonally based research anymore. It's not up against a grant deadline. But that's a luxury that those of us in faculty positions can afford that grad students can't always. But I would say probably the thing I've enjoyed most about the changes that the pandemic has brought about for anthropology, and there's not much to enjoy in general, but is the fact that we've been able to convene, at least those people that have access by Zoom, people from all over the world. They're now coming to our brown bags. They're now coming to dissertation defenses. We can meet with each other outside of the once a year conferences. So there's been a lot of scholarly conversations that are happening on a more informal basis. And the last thing I'll say is as the kind of token archaeologist in the mix here, I think the question asked how we're starting to respond to these questions of social justice and climate change and pandemic. And from an archaeological perspective, none of what's happening right now is new. We have been looking at disaster and crises and inequities, especially in historical archaeology, since the advent of the discipline. This is our shtick, but we've not actually lived through it. So before the pandemic, there was already a wave cresting of change in my field in response to the Black Lives Matter movement. The Society for Black Archaeology, the Black Trowel Collective, Indigenous collaborations, and all that. So I'll stop there because I think other questions will speak to that. But I think there's many of us in the discipline right now that are like, okay, we are primed and ready to address these issues. So let's do it.
Awesome, thank you. Is anyone else have anything to add?
I want to thank you for the chance to figure out, to be challenged to figure out what am I doing instead of just doing it a lot. This is that listening to my colleagues and the students in the panel has been helpful that way. I guess I was thinking about 2 or 3 events that happened in my life that related to this. One is when I was still cutting my eye teeth in Philadelphia, interviewing older men and women who had been married for like 30 years and had lost a spouse. And we were trying to figure out how disruptions like this get stabilized and change. And we we're comparing people from Irish and Italian and Jewish, a lot of backgrounds. And the guy worked with another anthropologist there. It was really brilliant. Although at the time I thought it was a license I didn't deserve. He said, because I'd be talking in these people's homes for a couple of weeks with them, get a handle on it. And he said, the only way to deal with this is, don't come back to work afterwards. Go find a diner, get a newspaper and sit and read. Yeah, that was kind of been a foundation of something I've tried to like carry out and forward. One of the places this era that we're in resonates for me is like the extent to which it has made something I really like doing, which is working with colleagues, especially collaborating with the rising scholars, the junior graduate students that are moving through, is like, this has really compressed the bandwidth places and spaces that we can co-create or share to interact, to like pick up on subtle cues. And I guess all of us must share that sort of trajectory of the disruption within the disruption, which is once we figure out how to get Zoom and make cameras work, kind of was a little bit of an infatuation and fun. Everyone had fancy backgrounds. I don't see any fancy backgrounds today, right? So we went to the point where it was just a damn thing that you began to like and be comfortable with. And now I think most of us find it's really a pain in the ass on Zoom, the technologies. But I was thinking like Kim Shea's experience that was really formative for a lot of the Gerontology Institute people, because all the psychologists, they're all running around with their hands in their ears and moaning, Chicken Little, the sky's falling, you know, technology and older people, our projects are screwed up. And Kim just sort of stepped up quietly and said, you know, most of my participants are really enjoying the fact that they're learning through my research project how to use Zoom, and now they can reach their doctor when they want to, and they're comfortable in these interactions with their families. So, you know, those are things like at the personal level that keep me going. I guess the other, both, you know, the folks who were chatting before just now, I was thinking Renee McCoy, who's a graduate of our program, when Andrew and I were working on HIV in the community, and worked with like Mother Waddles to get support, you know, the car dealer. And we had the Surgeon General of the US came to talk. There weren't a lot of people anywhere in the country, and Wayne State was doing it, working with minorities and Blacks. And we were getting a lot of pushback from this project because we're working with disenfranchised and generally uninsured African Americans who were getting sick with HIV. And there was a lot of pushback. They said, what are these white people doing here? Why should we help with this project? And Renee just sort of stepped up and said, great, you know, they want to do it. If not them, who's going to do it for you? So it helped me sort of reappreciate like our sensibility about collaborating with communities and the scholarly role. But I guess, you know, it's easy to intellectualize this, but I think one other takeaway I got, I don't know if Molly was in that seminar that we did a few semesters on narrative healing in the life course. Something came away from that is like the pivot that has to happen in all our minds. And that's why I'm grateful for this program. People love talking about stigma and all. And the formative thing there is that stigma isn't about that experience of the self. It's about the political structures and the daily routines that stabilize and perpetuate and recreate those experiences of differences. And this is like one of those big takeaways for me here. I do kind of feel, honestly, you know, when I think about where I'm working internationally, it's gotten a little easier to be part of conferences, but I really miss this sort of human smell and taste and textures of being in a room and then going out afterwards and talking. You know, it's a social death. Zoom turns off and we're done. So that's one of those like really incredible impacts that I'm experiencing, you know. So, but that's just part of it. I think I would hew really closely to what Krista shared. This is just the same old shit in another bag for us. You know, most of us use disruptions to communities, life course events, or societies, and try and sort out like what is there about the way we build things on the ground or in our relationships that help some people do well and others just decompensate and don't deal with these inevitable changes. So like thoughts that were going through my mind about that, but those are places where I've had intersections. Projects have gone better. The governors and the White House funds that we were able to spend to bring digital access to poor minority people in Detroit had to happen within like a month or two to figure out how to spend the money. And then they gave Wayne a couple $1 million. And other projects that I had have just sort of lingered as a result. So I'm not going to say there's a nice string to close this bag of reflections about. Thanks.
Thank you.
So I'm going to take this opportunity to just kind of piggyback off what Dr. Laborski said. You know, you spend your entire graduate career learning a certain way to do ethnographic research, right? And then right before you start that research, the pandemic hits and they're like, no, you're not going to do it that way. You're going to invent a new way to do it. But, you know, as bad as the COVID pandemic was, just like any worldwide crisis, it forces people to make changes and adapt, right? And so the fact that you were in a position to document that adaptability of people was, you know, kind of an interesting space to be in ethnographically and for doing research at that point in time. You got to see innovations that people made to adapt to the situation. And like he said, Zoom is like the bane of my existence because it's really hard to teach somebody over the phone how to put Zoom on their computer when they are afraid to push any of the buttons because they don't want to download it. It says to download. I'm like, download it. Go ahead. That's fine. Are you sure? I don't like to download things. I'm like, no, it's cool. And it take, you know, sometimes to get an hour interview, you'd have to spend 2.5 hours on the phone with them to get them to download the Zoom, you know? So it was almost impossible to like, it was almost like I have to go see them in person to put Zoom on their computer so that I can go to my house and interview them over Zoom.
I could attest to that. I could attest to that.
Right. So
recently.
now I'm like an expert, and some people just were not going to do it. They just weren't going to do it, you know? They're like, no, we will sit on the porch and you'll interview me. I'm like, I can't do it that way, you know? So it was tough, like trying to negotiate that. And another thing that was interesting was I started like research in the spring. And so like people had just gotten their vaccines, right? So like the older people in that age group had like, they were ahead of me a little bit, you know, on getting the vaccine. And it was nuts because as soon as they got their vaccine, they're like, I am back in the world. I'm going back out in the world. And you're like, whoa, take it easy. They're like, no, I've been cooped up enough. I'm, you know, losing the best years of my life. I only got a couple of good years left and I intend to live them. And so they were more like eager to get back to as much regularity as possible, more so than people like that were my age or in like middle age or even younger people. Like they were like, we're going to do stuff now, you know? And so they were very adamant about that. I mean, they were good about, and the particular group that I worked with, like the vaccine, like everybody was there was no anti-vaxxers, right? Everybody, as soon as they could, and they worked out this whole crazy system of driving each other to Macomb County to get a vaccine if they need, like they figured out like wherever to get a vaccine and they made sure each other got vaccinated. But once they got vaccinated, it was on for them. They wanted to go out and do stuff last spring. And they were gonna mask up and hand sanitize and put washing stations wherever they needed to, but they were going out. So it was unique and it caused people to change. Even the way they transmit history has changed because people are now doing like walking tours as opposed to having the museum open. You know, they're like adapting in different ways. So, you know, like I talked in my talk yesterday, it's kind of an innovative time to see how people adapt to it. And several people that within the core group have lost family members from COVID, but they're still back out there doing things. And the reason is there was this vaccine hesitancy at the beginning, you know, but you just need 1 or 2 people in the group to, you know, suffer from COVID. And then all of a sudden, you know, that the vaccination rate rose even among the anti-vaxxers. So it was just an interesting thing to observe because when else would you get a chance to see something like that?
I'm curious to ask both Kim and Molly, like, would you describe yourself as doing fieldwork right now in the midst of COVID, or you think you're now just doing fieldwork on COVID? Like, can you even just separate the two? You know, isn't it possible to do fieldwork in this situation and it not just be completely about COVID? And is that really even a bad thing? I'm just curious because it seems that way to me for a lot of stuff. And I mean, that's just the state of where we're at. It's probably not a bad thing. It's just inevitable, I would think, right?
For me, it was, so I was very specifically told by Dr. Sankar at my prospectus defense, like, I want you to do a dissertation, but I don't want you to do a COVID dissertation. Like, she's like, the sociality piece of this is really important. Don't make this about COVID, make this about the people that are living through COVID, right? And so yes, COVID has to be, you have to acknowledge the existence of COVID during this time period, but I don't think that should be the focus of that. I think the focus of it should be in the rich and diverse ways that people adapted to COVID and lived through it, and we're still able to keep the sociality and the engagement, you know, and, you know, the personhood piece of you know, their later life experiences. So I think that yes, COVID, you're going to have to acknowledge the existence that this COVID was going on during this time period, but I think it opened up a lot of rich avenues that you might not have seen. I might have, you know, if it wasn't for COVID, I would have just wrote about a year at the museum like it had been every other year for the past 10 years I've been there. But this actually offered an opportunity to see all the ways that people adapted and to keep participating in the community. For me.
The the attitudes about COVID protocols here in Mexico are very different, or here in Yucatan where I am, are very different than in the United States. There's I would say almost 100% compliance and not a lot of questioning. So everybody's really strictly following the prescribed rules without any deviance or questioning. So I think it's interesting. Like it's been interesting to be a part of that and to observe that difference. And then when American tourists come here, of course, they all bring their own ideologies, and European tourists with their ideologies. But among the Mexican people that I observe, there's a lot of continuity in how COVID is perceived and what you need to do. So, you know, I don't see my study as necessarily about COVID, but it does raise interesting questions for me about risk and how risk is mitigated. And that's sort of a little more central to my questions about food and about foodways and conceptions of foodways. So how is risk conceived and tolerated and controlled? I think it does bring up some interesting questions there. And, you know, certainly questions of access. The indigenous community that I've spent a lot of time in, they pretty much closed their road. There's one road to get into the community, and if you don't live there, it's closed. Right? And I do expect that to open while I'm here, but I have to maintain an awareness of some of those issues of access. Yeah, it's been a really interesting challenge to do participant observation. It's hard to create a rapport with someone when you're wearing a mask. You can't just sidle up next to somebody at a bar, you know, which is you know, like the anthropologist playbook, right? So that's been a challenge, and I've had to be more deliberate about how I strategize at participant observation, knowing that some of those more casual encounters aren't going to be as easy or as possible.
I guess part of those framing questions that, you know, we were invited to think about, I can't get away from something that I'm hearing Molly sharing and my experiences is, wow, the big heavy hand of authoritarian regimes and public debates about should there be a unitary public health and national oppression of what you and I are allowed to do, and the tensions that are happening in different places around that really has always shaped our fieldwork, but it's now really part of a much higher level of consciousness. So many of you know, I had for 20 years or more routinely been traveling to and from Sweden, and when I stopped because of the COVID, they were just besides themselves with glee about the panicky, weak-willed little Americans that were running around being paranoid about getting sick. That their country, you remember, had that big epidemiology experiment, and they refused to close down. My colleagues that had kids that were like 3 and 4 were going to daycare, and they were really glib about how they were still free and able to go around. And then things didn't go so well, and they universally turned with the same sort of like, well, I'll do what we're told now, which is different. But I think for us, it used to be the IRB. You know, the anthropologist always thought of the evil oppressor was the IRB. Even though we're responsible for starting that kind of ethical oversight, it kind of like grew out of control. But I'm really aware of that. The work we did with the Ford projects was really crazy, trying to interview people remotely in a factory setting, where instead of being able to sit, as Molly was saying, in a quiet little like casual corner, they had to come in and get approval to come off a factory floor and then come through the HR department and then get shown into a room in a management office, which closed, it had a closed door and talk on Zoom. Those really highlighted that sort of sense that my daily life and our work is now way more circumscribed or overseen in ways. But my only takeaway point is, while a lot of other disciplines experience this as like a brilliant moment to be relevant, to be talking and studying something that's germane, we've always done that. And it's fascinating how anthropology didn't claim the center again. Like, who else knows about guns and metal and steel and epidemics and pandemics, right? So it's been a challenge for me to be thinking about recentering or keeping our significant insights, in conversation. And not to just fall prey to the ruined pornography side of what, all the scholars lust after.
I will say one other thing probably before we move on to another topic. That was, I would like all the stuff I mentioned before was what I would describe as like negative impacts, but there was one really big positive impact on my other project that I did, the archive project, which although I'm not talking to humans. Archival project is very ethnographic. You build rapport with people who work at archives. They can be really hard to deal with and very protective. I'm having to deal with the descendants of the 19th century German elites who do not want their dirty laundry in public. It's some real dirty laundry. And so there's actually a bit of a false dichotomy sometimes between the human side of anthropological work I'm learning and the non-human side. So basically some of that more intensive archival work that requires building rapport, just like ethnography, I've had to put on hold. But there is a lot of like online archives that I was able to access, which that's a benefit unique to my project, although it's increasingly widespread for us. And it's kind of stuff that I would have probably put off until later, or my bias as an anthropologist was that real research was talking to people or going someplace and putting my hands, doing something tacit. And I had a bias against sitting at home and reading. Even though we're supposed to all be doing that as scholars, I felt like I wasn't doing real work, right? But the pandemic forced me to stay still. It forced me to read a little more widely. And it forced me to come into contact with a lot of work that I think I might have passed by. I think had the pandemic not have happened, I would have probably be halfway through a manuscript right now and have articles and, and I'm in an earlier phase. But as a result, I kind of ran across some very, just having so much more time to search and just do pre-field work, if you want to call it that, I actually was able to run across some very strange in a scholarly sense, places where stuff on my topic was published that I never would have found just without the time I had to wait. And although it's probably good advice to go and get the work done, always, it was actually a benefit to find a lot of nooks and crannies, and it made my project a lot richer. I connected with a lot of scholars during that period over the internet. I think had the pandemic not happened, I would have just like charged ahead because even though I'm not under the same constraints as a graduate student, I still feel like you got to get that work done, you got to do it. And so that pause wasn't a negative thing for my work, even though it slowed it down. And I benefited from just slowing down and reading a little bit. I mean, I don't want to overestimate or romanticize that because we want to get done, we want to move through, but it wasn't a bad thing for me. I didn't get as much reading done as I would have liked because family and a lot of exhaustion during the pandemic, but and work, caretaking, right? But I still was able to do more than I think I would have had it not happened. And it was to my benefit.
Yeah, I found that too, Andy, in trying to think about participant observation in a with broader strategies. For instance, I found a library here that's been collecting family photographs from local families throughout the years. And that's a place that I can go to, right? And look for history and some of the things that I'm looking for. I've also found that in some ways, My broader access to informants has been challenging, but I'm also able to develop more intimacy with some of my informants because their own responsibilities have changed. Like, for instance, a lot of the elementary school teachers are teaching online and they're trading off half days. So there has been some benefit there in the intimacy of the relationships that I can develop.
All right, great. Thank you, everyone. So, I mean, we covered a good chunk of the first 3 questions. Unless anyone has anything to add about your participant relationships and how virtual research methods have assisted or stifled your work, we can move on to, I guess, a more broader question. So this one is, how well is anthropology done at addressing recent and multidimensional issues of civil unrest while functioning under the many pandemic-based constraints placed upon it? And where has the field either succeeded or failed in this regard?
It's not really an answer, but the membership in our professional associations is really hurting. People aren't joining because they can't go to the meetings, the costs, the sense of disenfranchisement in daily life has led people to pull back. And I think in your generation, this is going to have a ripple effect that we don't really see yet. It's really going to fundamentally restructure people's idea about professional participation in organizational roles. It's not totally doom and gloom because there are more people obviously want to get tuned into this issue. They feel they have something relevant to bring, but those are the kind of structural things that shift us away from thinking only about the sort of reflected experiential aspects of this era.
There's definitely been in archaeology generally more, I think all of our professional associations went through a moment at the beginning of the pandemic where most of the presentations and special conversations were like, anthropology and the pandemic, what are we doing, right? So we all had a kind of like reckoning moment, but combined with the different social movements that were happening before COVID, in archaeology, there's been a really heightened focus on questions of disability, both for practitioners and disability as a research topic. And I think some of that stems from people's kind of heightened awareness about long COVID and people's own personal experiences with people getting sick in their family or close networks. We've all lost colleagues as well during the pandemic. So, archaeology can be a very physically demanding discipline in terms of the way in which we generate and perform our scholarship. And there's been just an explosion of conversations and presentations and publications focused on issues of access, issues of physical ability, issues of mental health and wellness. Some of these have been, of course, perpetuated by misbehavior as well by colleagues in the field. But I really appreciate that because a lot of the issues that are coming up are things that I knew were out there, but I hadn't really taken as seriously. I didn't really realize the widespread effect that these issues are having on our field. And another big issue that has really gained momentum is support in the field for underprivileged or scholars coming from underprivileged or historically underrepresented backgrounds. I already mentioned the Black Trowel Collective, but for those of you that don't know what that is, this started right at the beginning of the pandemic, maybe a few months beforehand with the Black Lives Matters conversations that were coming up in the field at the time. The Black Trowel Collective is open to all anthropology students, and those of us in more privileged, financially stable positions fund it, like anywhere from like $5 to $10 at a time or bigger chunks of change. And any student of anthropology or archaeology that's looking for funds to do anything, to go to a conference, to get a computer, to get some research, all they have to do is write to the group and we'll give you all the money we have. towards it at that time. So there's a lot of kind of bootstrapping and grassroots efforts going on. But in terms of the discipline as a whole, I think that we do have a ways to go in there's also been exposed a huge generation gap in the way we think about equity and inclusion and diversity. And I think I don't want to instill any sort of or insert any sort of like ageist biases into this conversation, but I think there's something to be said. Like I'm Gen X, I'm kind of on the edge of Gen X and millennial. And I think from my age backwards to you young people, we're all for this. Like, let's do it. Let's be as diverse and inclusive as we can. But not to say everybody, but there's still quite a few naysayers in the field that occupy positions of power. And so as optimistic and altruistic and genuine as a lot of these efforts are, there's still a lot of barriers. And I don't think that's specific to the pandemic. I just think that's the way the discipline is still structured in some ways, if that makes sense. Oh, thank you, Steve, for putting the link in the chat.
Actually, I don't like to sort of look at anthropology as a whole and sing its praises that often. And there are definitely critiques to be made on this regard. But one thing I will say, with regards to civil unrest, which I'm reading as essentially 2020, post George Floyd, Black Lives Matter, etc. I remember Ferguson and the amount of anthropological work that was really good that was done. It may not have been a majority, but there was some really great anthropological engagement around Ferguson, even before that. And I actually see that what happened in 2020 in the pandemic accelerated something that was already happening, actually, and brought into light something that was already happening. I saw what I think were fringe discussions in anthropology shape our language for the whole discipline. Specifically, sometime in the last decade, like, again, I think post-Ferguson, a lot of anthropologists like discovered this thing called Black studies, this important field. And that was happening, but this pandemic and the murder of George Floyd, like all that just pushed them. Those movements just pushed that aspect that was there in anthropology, in my experience in cultural anthropology, and more into the center piece of the discussion of the field. Anytime something gets big and successful, of course, it starts to get institutionalized. That carries with it complications and problems of its own. However, I can't help but see that change. And I think, frankly, the sort of, not to get in like popular political culture speak, but I think the sort of hysteria on the right around things like critical racial theory or wokeness, which of course a lot of the people who like talk about that don't know what they're don't actually know what they're referring to when they're criticizing it. But one of the reasons there is so much hysteria out there is because of the partial success of some of those anthropologists doing that work, to putting that some of this terminology. It doesn't mean that they've been successful. We can all say, okay, it's a success, not a failure, and it's dichotomous. But I can see in the last 10 years a huge shift. There's a long way to go. But, and I think so in some respects, the pandemic almost like created this, the mentality of the pandemic, the intellectual atmosphere created this opening for a lot of work that got pushed into the foreground in the field. How long that will stay, whether there'll be a reaction in anthropology, like there has been for like the 80s was the postmodern 80s was in some ways was at times a somewhat elitist reaction to progressive movements in anthropology in the 70s in its various shapes and forms. So anthropology has its own pendulum swings of politics in the field. So we'll see what's going to happen. But I think at an intellectual level, in terms of the level of scholarship, if you're going to define engagement that way, I see huge impact, but it was kind of already happening. It was primed, like one of you said before. Maybe I think Krista said that.
I'd like to take just a minute to comment on what you both said about professional organizations, but also about like power structures and anthropology. So I'm an older person, but I'm considered a younger scholar. So I usually end up in those types of groups at conferences and so forth. And I think a lot of younger scholars like really are just irritated with the power structures of all these professional organizations. I mean, and they don't really see them as useful, but on the same level. But I think those things are changing. And I think instead of like backing away from those, I think that people need to double down, because there's a lot of like great connections and there's a lot of good that can come out of it. And I think the only way you're going to affect change is by continuing to participate and change from the inside, as opposed to like just stepping away completely, because you're going to lose out on the benefits that are you can gain from those organizations, and like the informal social support structures that are within them. Just meeting people casually and then, striking up conversations is really almost irreplaceable in this field. So when your name comes up on a job search or something, somebody actually has talked to you at some point in your life and knows who you are. They can put a face to the name, and that's invaluable in a place in anthropology where it's so insular all the time. But and also, across the professional organizations right now, there's really this push led by Elizabeth Brody and some other anthropologists that work in the field of business anthropology to really prepare students for work outside of academia, to work in industry, and all different industries right now. So if you're interested in that, they're doing a big survey right now, and they're putting together a lot of materials for people, like the types of skill sets you need, the resources, and it's all, it's across the SFAA, the AAA. I think even the the Archaeology Association is doing that too, isn't it? Krista is part of that. So I think that's going to be something that's going to come up now, since more and more anthropologists are working outside. They're working in the VA, they're working in the federal government, they're working in business and industry. So I think you're going to see more and more of that, and that will make anthropology even more relevant in society, not just in anthropology departments across the country, but also in society. And the people, the bad actors in the field, are really getting pushed into the light now in our field, which is a good thing, right? It's painful for some people, but pain is good. Good things come of it sometimes. That's what it takes to affect change. So that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, Kim, I just want to echo a point you made. I think those are really important observations you're making. But oh no, the doorbell rang and I got distracted. Wow, look at that. What are you talking about? You're talking about so anthropology being relevant. And I know all of us have different takes on what we see as anthropology's relevancy. And some of us are more comfortable calling ourselves, card-carrying anthropologists, and some of us are more, well, I'm kind of an interdisciplinary scholar of this, that, and the other. But the thing that I'm hearing here in these comments is that there seems to be some consistency, maybe some agreement among us, that anthropology is has transformative potential in the arenas or the conversations that it's part of. One of the currents I've seen come out of these conversations about social movements and unrest and pandemics in the past couple of years and disability and stuff like that is the notion that anthropological research can change things, can change society, can be kind of on its own a source of collective action or activism. And I'm going to get myself in trouble here, but I don't think that's true. I don't think anthropology on its own 2 feet is in a position yet to catalyze those sorts of changes. I think it gets back to what you were saying, Kim, where anthropology has to be in conversation with the people who are in the decision-making seats. In my own line of work, these are the policymakers at the state and federal level who control resources for preservation and scientific research. It's the Detroit City Council. It's the state offices, the State Historic Preservation Office, things like that. So I think there's still quite a lot of work for us to do when it comes to talking with the people that hold the purse strings, make the laws, create policy. And I think anthropologists need to be at those tables, whether it's user experience or historic preservation or community development. Mm-hmm. And I think the pandemic has allowed a lot of us to has forced a lot of us to stay put. And so we've been able to, I at least have been able to learn the inner workings of government a little bit better. I've been able to build relationships with politicians, which is something I never envisioned wanting or needing to do when I started grad school. But I think, like you're saying, Kim, being able to talk about the relevance of anthropology to solving bigger problems and enlisting people who are not anthropologists in the work of anthropology and having them see the value of anthropology to their issues and opportunities is really critical. So that's really the applied facet of anthropology that I think we, especially in our program, have the potential to demonstrate from the various subfield perspectives.
Oh, I think you're really talented, Dr. Rosinski, at the public facing piece of it, right? You know, so, but not every anthropologist is, right? And so I think that's a skill set that more anthropologists need to be able to show the value of the types of things we do to the public and to other positions of power to affect change, you know, and that's a skill that they don't necessarily teach you, but is an important piece if you're going to be, you know, into affecting change.
I really do think we need to think about teaching a course that's like communicating anthropology, something like that, because it is, some of us are more naturally comfortable speaking to others, some of us are not, but it's gotten to the point in the discipline where we have to get over that. You know, we need to learn how to articulate ideas. And some of us are not great public speakers. Some of us are better writing op-eds or navigating boring law and policy or something like that. There's something for everybody to contribute to in the chain of communication. But I would be very much in favor of thinking how we could build that into our training at the grad level and among our faculty too.
I guess I want to disagree and I can't, but I'm going to a little bit. So I love the way both of those ended, which is to those who can do it, to those who would like to. You got a lot of opportunities. Our program can expand to help people sort through a few fundamental tips for it. The advanced methods course we're doing now, I just spent a seminar and a half on learning how do science journalists write good science, and then how to be interviewed and do an interview as a science journalist. That my personal stance is that facts never change shit. It doesn't matter how many piles of statistics or ethnographies you have, nothing, that doesn't change anything. But if we don't go forward saying, listen to us anthropologists, but rather go forward with what we actually have in hand, which are really irritating, subversive questions that people find they're going to have to confront. You know, there's a lot of like disciplinary hubris with saying, I'm an epidemiologist, and generally the room goes quiet when they talk. Right? If you say you're an anthropologist, they wonder, what are we doing here? So I think that the substance of what we have is the kind of thing our program should say, where is that being provided as part of our toolkit for doing and being and having fun in our field? So that's where I kind of disagree and agree at the same time. But I got to tell you that it was the juiciest seminar session, those last two, because people really were challenged to figure out what's my takeaway from the project I'm doing. And like, why do people go to sleep when I start telling you this long story about, like, you know, the field and what's important? And there's ways around it. But thanks, Krista. You really do have a knack for it. Julie spent some time training in DC on these things. I think our program has like an opportunity for someone like me who, you know, I've been on CNN, I've been on all sorts of stuff. That I'm not happy there. You know, I think the thing for me is I like to think my intervention is in the body of knowledge. So I stay there. My intervention isn't in having the best programs, but I think that's the powerful place our field can change stuff. I guess I got kind of overheated about that.
Thank you.
I kind of baited you on purpose, Mark. I teed that one up. It's just something I've been thinking about. So
I'm an easy mark, you know that.
So we only have a few minutes left. So I kind of want to end this conversation with one last question that if everyone could briefly touch on, they can if they so choose. So what advice do you have for students or early career anthropologists entering the field with everything that we have going on in the last 2 years?
I have two sets of advice, one for the students and one for their professors. It's not a normal time, and you can't treat it like a normal time. And you have to get rid of these rites of passage and expectations of what legitimate anthropology means that just reproduce hierarchies. That doesn't mean you throw out the whole thing and that that you don't focus on doing good work, but you expand your definition of the kind of work that people can do. I mean, one of in the side of the in the side comments, there is a question about caregiving and how that's become a big topic. And I think the reason is because of the liminality of this pandemic means you literally have a camera in everyone's home, and the conditions under which we labor are now not mystified. You say you go to work and you never discuss it, right? And now the conditions under which we produce knowledge, labor, teach, it's like kind of out in the open more than it was before. And those kinds of acknowledgements, but that doesn't, of course, merely acknowledging things doesn't fix them. But I think that if we can use this opportunity to somewhat shift the rigid ways that we define what it means to become an anthropologist, and it's actually a big part of that has to do with the professors reading the dissertations and master's essays and their expectations of what fieldwork means. But if we can be flexible during this time and realize there's lots of ways to do really good, important work, I think that's a simple little starting point that I would say for me.
Yeah, I would say a couple of things. One, it's okay to slow down. I think that's a tough pill for a lot of us to swallow, but it's okay to take a little extra time within reason. So if you're in a position where for various reasons you're just not able to focus on writing, if you for a couple weeks or a month or a semester, it's okay. In the big scheme of things, falling behind 3 or 6 months, as long as you're not up against some expiration for funding or your time in graduate school, these are things that are, we can deal with. But what matters most advice-wise is communication. And I think that during the pandemic, we've had to become both overly communicative with people in various different forms of media, but also the pandemic has given a lot of people the excuse of, well, I'm exhausted, and it's not just an excuse, it's a reality. I'm exhausted, or I don't have the time, or I have caregiving duties, and that's all okay, but it's also caused a lot of people to kind of go off the grid and disappear for long periods of time. But so I guess the advice I would have is that we, your faculty, are here to support you, and I think most of us make that clear to our advisees on a regular basis, but just for everyone in the program, we understand what everyone's going through right now, and what's most critical is that you communicate the stresses with us that you're experiencing so that we can try to help you navigate the complexities of it. We don't have the answers either. We're going through a similar process at the same time, but yeah, there's no secret recipe that has suddenly changed, a recipe to achieve certain successes because of the pandemic. I mean, all the same expectations are going to be there when you go on the job market. But just staying in communication is a really critical first step.
One of the early notions that emerged out of Chicago, and that people being to study, how people's lives are lived through time and places, was the notion of on-time and off-time transitions. And I think what both Professor Newman and Uber Professor Rzuski said is bang on target. The thing that happens after graduate school is you look back and think, wow, that was the one time in my life where I actually got to read everything. I might have known more about the field than ever. And then there's all this other stuff happens. So I would, the optimistic, and I'm an East European Jew, so that doesn't come easy. The optimistic thing is that you're just getting an early opportunity to become habituated to finding out what works for you. what kind of person can you be that brings together your lust and hunger for ideas and engagement and fascinating work, and to be able to sustain this as a lifestyle. So I kind of would hope that I could say that that's going to be a way to look forward here. But everything Andy and Krista said is all of us are in this together, and just step forward. And I got to say, this will be something you use to help you pick jobs and collaborators the rest of your life. If your advisor turns a deaf ear or you're not being supported, then screw it. That's not going to be the kind of person that you should feel you have to be making happy. Maybe you have to work with them, maybe you don't. But I think that's the other hopeful long-term view of some of this. Thanks.
All right. Unless Molly or Kim have anything to add, I think we've got until about 1:15 for a question and answer session for anyone who wants to ask our panelists some questions. You can either type them in the chat or you can just chime in and ask your questions, but the time is yours.
Justin and Lindsay, is this what you expected? How do you feel about how these things, evolve today with us?
I thought the conversations were great. I had zero doubt that you all would have many things to say, and I'm glad that the conversation evolved pretty much organically, and you hit a lot of nails on the head with what you all were saying. I appreciate everybody being here and engaging in the conversation.
Yeah, thank you guys for coming. And actually kind of maybe do have a question sort of based on some of the comments that Dr. Robbins left, but she had to step out. At one point she talked about how ethnography can require substantial emotional and empathetic engagement. And we've talked a lot about caregiving, which I assume means other people, but also self-care. So I was wondering if some of you guys could sort of speak to, especially with things like ethnography, where you maybe can't step away for 2 weeks because you're dealing with other human beings. Like, how do you sort of, force yourself to have that capacity, or how do you sort of deal with maybe not feeling like you have the capacity to have that kind of engagement?
I think in a lot of my communications with people, it's not just giving lip service to being exhausted, but there's just a lot more patience on other people's ends right now. In terms of knowing that everything's working a little slower for everyone, and that people need more time to rebound, and people are kind of stretched thin in lots of ways that they're not usually not. It's a nature of the crisis that if there's a lot of reasons why that's the case. And so, it's just kind of, I think it's important to destigmatize that and to go back to that idea, it's okay to slow down. And in fact, that is what it's healing, right? You can't, if you hurt a limb, you don't go running on it. And that's an important thing to think about in who we are in terms of how we relate to other people. And we need to take that time sometimes. All of us need to do it in different ways. And this is an injuring experience to go through, regardless of the type, even though the pandemic affects us all in so many different ways. And those ways mirror social inequalities and professional inequalities. It all affects us differently, but we all have to heal in different ways. And it needs to be okay to just acknowledge that and make that part of the routine of where we're at.
Yeah, I guess I could chime in there too. I think, thank you guys, first of all, for doing this roundtable. It's been great to hear everything you're saying. One of the things that I guess I would respond to is that idea of like when everything kind of happened and being kind of like mid-program or whatever. And that idea of like going off the grid and kind of disappearing a little bit. And I think a big part of that, especially for like the work that I do on the other side, is being directly in community spaces. And so when the shutdowns happened, and then, you know, my timeline started filling with news of like death and need, and it became almost a little impossible for me to think solely about like, or care about like reading or engaging too heavily with my PhD, because like, you know, we were actively trying to get water to people, or get like, make sure people's water wasn't being shut off, or people just needed food, or, you know, whatever it was. And so it became, you know, I think one of the things that I'm hearing too, that like out of what everybody's saying too, is that when we're thinking about new way, like to move forward, one of the things that's been really key for me is just an emphasis on this idea of mutual aid. And that like there are so many benefits to thinking of life through a framework about mutual aid, rather than one of like transaction or you know, just opportunistic or whatever, but that like this, you know, kind of like an expansion of that idea of generalized reciprocity, right? Like it's become so important in this time. And so I don't know really where I'm going through all of this, but I think that like that's become like, you know, I think that's like a theme that I'm hearing through what we're saying, like the caregiving and the, you know, the space that people were afforded, and like what kinds of models are we thinking about as we move forward as a field, and all of those kinds of things, that these the things that kind of actually helped people survive over the last 2 years were, I think for me and what I witnessed, those things that were kind of founded in a belief in mutual aid.
Thank you, Megan. There is a, oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna let you know that there's a couple of questions in the chat.
Yeah, I was about to read.
Cool.
Josie Osika asks, so in the context of right now, when many things are returning back to normal, what do you think the lasting long-term effects of today will be?
Honestly, it's just going to be what's the next shit that hits the fan, and we're going to forget about this somewhat. I mean, that we're talking about a lot of things that are really foundational: gender equity in the home and care, career balance, career work-life balance, the need to examine, you know, authoritarian structures that aren't acting in our interests. So I'm not. Maybe it's just because of, you know, having been through some of these. It'll be up to your generation to make it a stable change, to move the needle, you know, all those things.
Yeah, I don't think we're going back to anything. I mean, we're just where we are now, and whether we wind up going forward or in 90 different directions as a society and as a discipline, like Mark said, that's up to those of you who are going to be in the position to be change makers or stabilizers in the next decade or so. But I personally don't think it's useful to fantasize about going back to 2019. That's in the past now.
All right, another question in the chat is from Jamie Van Alstyne. How has the pandemic and work on disability access issues in the discipline affected how we think about access to and participation in MA, MS, and PhD programs beyond research examples online versus on campus for anthropology, if at all?
Well, I think I've talked about disability issues, but I talked about them in terms of scholarship. I don't know that I can answer the question about how that's translating to accessibility at graduate training level. That might be a question for our DGS, actually. I do know that I can say during the pandemic, we've had, especially this year, more applicants to our PhD program than ever by a factor of like three times or something like that. But maybe there's something on the horizon that Dr. Chris Ellis would speak to. I think he's here.
You know, it's a really difficult thing because a lot of what I hear is more than ever. I actually think there's less interest in online teaching than there ever has been from administrators and from faculty as well. That faculty, of course, have all done it. And I think one of the things that we're trying to separate out now is what about online education is related to our distaste for online, and what about it was actually just related to the pandemic. So what were we really reacting to? But right now we are in a moment of extreme reactance against online education, to the point where administrators who I heard 5 years ago saying, this is the future of master's programs, this is what we're all going to be doing, are now like, everybody get back into the classroom. Whatever you do, don't talk about online. And so I think we're just in this moment of sort of reactance against online. And so I think it's very hard to predict where that's going to be. But if I were to say, like, at this moment, it is a strongly against online. And that is especially true for fieldwork and lab work based disciplines. There is no real taste for it right now. But ask me again in 5 years.
All right, thank you, everyone. We are pretty much at time. So I want to thank all of our panelists and everyone that showed up to listen to them incite our hopefulness for the future. But thank you. So we're going to be on break until 1:30, and then we'll be kicking off our second panel session for the day. So please remember to tune back in for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining us again this afternoon. Just because I think we wanted to keep coming back to this and reiterating again, this year's theme is reversals and resistance, emergence and imagination during times of crisis. So this next panel is going to be really great. It's called Centering Decolonization Through Indigenous Perspectives. So we do have a couple of guest speakers who are talking to us about the impact of settler colonialism on the health of Indigenous peoples, as well as the social fragmentation caused by COVID, to sort of frame an argument for the inclusion of Indigenous thought paradigms in non-Indigenous education. So if you could please join me now, we are going to have Ravina Mata presenting her research up first.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, I'm just gonna share my screen here. 1 second. I should have permission to share, right?
Yep.
Some people have had trouble with that, or, oh, you got it. Perfect.
Can you see that okay? Okay, do you just see the black PowerPoint slide?
Yes.
Okay.
And you'll have 15 minutes and you can start whenever you're ready.
Okay, and just let me know if there's any issues with the screen or anything like that. But, okay, sounds good. So for those of you who I haven't met before, I'm Ravina, and it's really nice to be here and see all of your lovely faces again. And I'll be presenting on what I did my master's essay topic on, which is decolonizing Indigenous health and well-being and exploring issues and paths forward. And for this, I focused on the United States, Indigenous peoples in the United States and Canada specifically, but obviously it's an issue throughout the world. Okay, so I'll begin with a brief background about anthropology, colonialism, and Native America, and then go into some specific health topics that I focused on, just to provide some evident examples of how colonization has played a role in health disparities and continues to impact them today, and try to get us thinking about potential steps toward decolonizing our approaches and systems and practices when it comes to healthcare, and also just more broadly as well, because we're anthropologists and we love to look at everything holistically. Okay, so just to give some background, so just as a kind of disclaimer, this presentation is obviously too short to even begin to unpack all the layers of colonialism, decolonization, and what all the many layers of meanings that those things can have. But I think just starting off, it's important to recognize and acknowledge the role that anthropology has played in colonialism from its inceptions, and how they're kind of almost inextricably intertwined, and how though we've kind of begun to try to decolonize anthropology and understand what that means in the past few decades, there's still a lot of work to be done because of that history. So just for a little bit of background, one of the first scholars to kind of bring this issue of anthropology and colonialism and their relationship to light was Diane Lewis, who writes about how traditionally anthropologists were almost always part of the dominant group or the group in power in their society or power relations based on the group they were studying, and that inherently made them participants in the colonial system. And then later on, other scholars, like for example, Orrin Starn, describes the work of a lot of early anthropologists as a kind of ethnographic taxidermy, so trying to preserve different parts of native or indigenous languages or cultures that were quote unquote dying, but without acknowledging that the reason that they were dying is because of the colonialism that anthropology played a role in perpetrating. So just keeping all those layers in the back of our heads before we delve into the specific health topics. And obviously there's been so many other scholars that have done work on this, and also have drawn in the notions of structural violence and human rights, and how moving forward, all of these impacts of colonization have become embedded into the infrastructures, and both globally, locally, at the community levels, and that play a role in the lived experiences of especially Indigenous peoples throughout the world. So when it comes to specifically thinking about health, so I guess this presentation is not necessarily a set of answers, but more a trigger to kind of get us thinking about what does it even mean to decolonize health in the first place. And so a lot of what we've discussed, I know in our classes and different things about decolonization, is that it's an inherently unsettling process. So there's obviously not one simple answer to this question. Frantz Fanon, who was an important scholar in this realm, states that in order to decolonize, the individual and the collective self of the colonized must be reconstructed outside the gaze of the colonist. So there's kind of a lot of things to unpack in there, but that doesn't mean simply applying colonial and Western research frameworks, which we often tend to do, but try to also incorporate Indigenous values and epistemologies when looking at this issue. And so some of those, so what does that look like? So some of those values, for example, can include things like sovereignty, self-determination, really looking at Indigenous community voices, making sure that efforts to decolonize are community-led, community-driven, community-inspired, collaborative, and holistic. And holistic also incorporating the recognition that environment, health, community, relationships, mental health, culture, language, identity, well-being are all intertwined and interconnected. So for example, with health, we can't just look at an isolated healthcare system or just in the clinic, but really the bigger picture of what health and well-being means to an individual or community. So now just getting, so these are some of the topics I explored during my master's program. So that includes like metabolic disease, infectious disease, maternal and neonatal health, aging, death and dying, and mental health, identity and resilience. And just in the interest of time today, I'm going to focus on the first three. So coming to metabolic disease, so this generally refers to what is known as metabolic syndrome, which can include things like diabetes, hypertension, kidney disease, and potentially other related conditions. So as most of us have probably heard, diabetes rates have been on the rise throughout the world, but they're particularly and disproportionately high among Indigenous populations. And especially we've seen a rise since the mid 1800s to 1900s. And so when we look at diabetes research, they found three main risk factors that put you at risk for these conditions. So that includes inactivity, overnutrition, and psychosocial stresses. And so particularly when incorporating the role of colonialism and colonization, looking at, for example, inactivity. So obviously none of these things happen in isolation. And so if we look into the history of, for example, the United States and the reservation systems, the increase in technology and land loss of Indigenous peoples that was taken away by the government and other factors led to less hunting, meaning less physical activity, and then consequently also a dependence on rations from the US government, which resulted in a sense of overnutrition of macronutrients and deficiencies in micronutrients. So essentially the US government would send rations of beef, bacon, flour, cornmeal, coffee, salt, sugar, and lard in the late 1800s to many Indigenous communities. And obviously if you look at those things, that was a huge shift in the diet that they had prior to colonization as compared to afterward when the US government came into play. And obviously that shift in diet played a large role in the direct rise in diabetes rates in the decades following. And then another factor that I actually didn't know about previously before doing this research was also that the government played a role in suppression of cultural, religious, and spiritual practices of Indigenous peoples. And this included things like dancing and other practices, which also reduced not only their physical activity rates, but potentially likely increased psychosocial stresses and obliterated coping and healing mechanisms that were otherwise in place to help deal with any stresses. And obviously the trauma of colonization long-term over several decades and now centuries at this point played a huge role. And so I thought this was really interesting to consider these risk factors with this historical and power dynamics background, because it really shows us that a lot of the interventions, for example, with diabetes, will focus on lifestyle or individual behaviors, but it shows us how big of a role that colonialism, socioeconomic factors, infrastructure, all these things played in the long term, which you can't really undo with, just educating someone to eat healthier, things like that. Like that's a good start, but there's a lot of more layers that go into it. And some of the interventions that Indigenous communities have tried to work on in working toward decolonizing diabetes, for example, has been reclaiming wholesome food and water supplies, and really instilling that in the next generation, for example, the sacredness of water as opposed to processed foods and beverages. But obviously there's a lot of work to be done and things to be unraveled when it comes to that, and that can be a much longer conversation. And then just moving forward, so another area, another health topic, which is important to look at, is infectious disease. And there's actually a really deep history of colonialism and infectious disease, and even reports of intentional infection to Indigenous communities, for example, by giving them blankets infected with smallpox and things like that. And a lot of things to unpack there, and also the institutionalization of Indigenous folks, and especially children who would get infected with TB in the 1800s would be sent far away from their families to these like supposedly public health hospitals or interventions, but it actually ended up separating generations of families from each other in really poor conditions. And this legacy of infectious disease and colonialism continues today with underfunding of the Indian health services, lack of clean water and sanitation for a lot of Indigenous communities, which has become really important also when looking at COVID-19. Yeah. And then just moving on to an example of maternal health and colonialism. So when we look at the Canadian birthing systems, so even up until the late 1900s, women from the Canadian Arctic were transferred, 98% of women were transferred to Southern Canadian hospitals to give birth, and without really thinking about, instead of adding infrastructure to the northern hospitals and health systems or working on improving them, they would fly out these women hours away from their homes, and they would stay 4 to 6 weeks alone with their newborn child in a foreign place with people they had never met before. And so there have been some strategies that people are working on to undo this damage, and a lot of it is through Inuit midwives and birthing centers in the women's own communities, which is really important work. But I was just doing some research on how it's been going, and it seems like there's still persistent issues with underfunding, discrimination, racism, and things like that, that these even midwives are experiencing. So there's still issues left to work on, but it looks like we are working in a positive direction. And so just to kind of wrap it up, these are just, a little introduction to some of the roles that colonization has played in Indigenous health and some of the efforts to decolonize, but a lot of, it's very clear that there's still a lot of work left to be done. And I really encourage all of us to consider what other topics with Indigenous health colonization has played a role in, such as substance abuse, land, infrastructure, gender, sexual violence, and all of these things, and really consider how each of our areas of anthropology that we might be interested in, whether that's health or otherwise, how we can work toward decolonizing in each of our future roles in anthropology and our future careers as well. And then last but not least, I just wanted to throw a quick shout out to Dr. Stillo and Dr. Robbins, who are readers for my master's essay and really helped me a lot in conducting this research and learning more about decolonization. Thank you.
Thanks, Ravina. That was great. And then next up, we have Patience Williams.
Hello. I'm just going to get my screen set up. Does that look right?
Is it in full screen mode? We do see the sort of toolbar at the top there.
Okay. How's that?
Perfect.
Great. Okay. All right. Hello, my name is Patience Williams, and I'm a master's student in the anthropology department at Wayne State. The paper I'm presenting today is entitled Teaching Two-Eyed Seeing, Incorporating Indigenous Relationality into Mainstream Curricula. It is no secret that in the current pandemic-infiltrated universe, societies across the world are becoming increasingly disconnected and fragmented, separated now by 6 feet, a mask, and usually a screen. Students in mainstream school systems are undoubtedly struggling with resilience as their shaken-up worlds lack consistency and connection. American society is overwhelmingly concerned with notions of capitalist success, and mainstream school systems foster this attitude of work above all else for better or for worse. We find ourselves in an unprecedented situation with the COVID-19 pandemic. The normal way of doing things is no more. This moment in time is an opportunity to create a new way of educating young people that is more inclusive, not just of other people, but of other species and of the planet itself. In other words, designing schools with Indigenous systems of relationality can be life-giving for a healthier post-COVID world. In this paper, I will argue that Indigenous conceptions of relationality should be taught in non-native curricula to foster and encourage among students a sense of connection and responsibility to each other and to the earth. I will first offer an overview of relationality, then contrast this worldview with the mainstream Eurocentric teachings most offered in American schools. I will discuss potential benefits of incorporating Indigenous teachings into mainstream schools and conclude with recommendations for how one might implement relationality into a non-native school curriculum. Can you see that? Is this in the view? Do that. Indigenous conceptions of relationality are fundamentally based on the idea that everything on the planet is living and connected. Not just humans and animals, but the grass we walk on, the trees we pass by, the flowers we pick and give to one another. As Leroy Little Bear says, in Aboriginal philosophy, existence consists of energy. All things are animate, imbued with spirit, and in constant motion. In this realm of energy and spirit, interrelationships between all entities are of paramount importance, and space is a more important referent than time. This sense of deep connection to the earth fosters a sense of responsibility or accountability. When you understand the land as living and connected to you, caring for the earth becomes fundamental. The concept of relationality goes beyond the idea that everything is connected. Rather, Indigenous peoples formulate their entire identities on relationships with other people, with other species, with plants, with land, with spirit. Everything is alive and everything is constantly moving and changing. Learning in Indigenous societies is based on community participation, place-based history, and culture. Systems of relationality teach students to be a responsible person in the community and to value connection to their society. This community-based participation is how knowledge is transmitted through generations. Indigenous cosmologies explain time as being cyclical, not linear. It is in a constant flux, but goes nowhere. Indigenous teachings promote a more long-term understanding of time, similar to deep time discussed in archaeological terms. Knowledge connects generations through time. A deeper, long-term understanding of time promotes a sense of responsibility in that present-day actions are affecting the future existence of the Earth. In this light, environmental issues become more of a pressing concern. This idea of time is one of the most important contributions that Indigenous people are bringing to the scientific and educational arenas. Education is, in current society, a political tool. Each culture or state chooses to teach the information that supports its goals and discredits the information that goes against their views or threatens their ways of life. Eurocentric thought is definitely not exempt from this rule. Marie Batiste labels this problem cognitive imperialism. In other words, public education systems consider only their epistemology as valid and deny all others. However, a strong critique of Eurocentrism is underway in all worlds of social thought. These critiques, such as post-colonial and postmodern thought, reveal that the assumptions and beliefs that constructed and maintained Eurocentrism are not universal. These givens are derived from locally and socially constructed knowledge. Under post-colonial and postmodern thought, many beliefs and assumptions of Eurocentrism are being exposed as false. This means that the problematic ethnocentric curricula promoted by most mainstream American schools is finally being challenged, and that the time is right to incorporate Indigenous conceptions of relationality into schools in an effort to prevent falling even further down into deeper disconnection. This issue is of utmost importance. Not only are social connections at risk here, but also our connection to the planet, which will not survive unless a sense of responsibility to the land is fostered in coming generations. A Euro-Western understanding of the world, rather, limits agency to humans and promotes an exclusionary relationship with nature. Denying the agency of plants, animals, and etc. encourages a superior worldview in which it is easy to abuse or misuse the environment. This pattern of education is causing irreparable damage to our planet. How much better might our situation be if we treated the earth with respect and honor, as is the case in Indigenous ways of knowing? As things stand today, the value systems of Western Europeans are linear and singular, static and objective. The Western European concept of time is a good example of linearity. In the Western world, the events of history are plotted on a straight line and understood to happen in a forward-moving fashion. The idea of time as being circular is completely unfounded here. Western thought is characterized by singularity, one right way, one correct answer, one true God. Western cosmology insists that everything be black and white, right or wrong, real or unreal, even though reality often does not fit into these strict dichotomized boxes. This narrow worldview is not amenable to the current state of the world. Social ties are dissolving as a result of the current pandemic. Global warming continues to worsen. We have filled the earth with non-degradable garbage in the form of landfills all over the world. If Western science continues to be the dominant force taught to children, it only makes sense that these conditions will continue to get worse. Western knowledge is not preparing students to understand each other or to understand the planet. The incorporation of Indigenous conceptions of relationality into schools that have traditionally focused on Western thought is a fundamental step towards the decolonization of both knowledge and education. After all, every non-native school rests on stolen Indigenous land that Western society has gone to great lengths to harm thus far in history. It is past time for a shift in perspective. Elder Albert Marshall of the Moose Clan of the Mi'kmaq Nation coined the phrase two-eyed seeing, which is learning to see from one eye with the strengths of Indigenous knowledges and ways of knowing, and from the other eye with the strengths of Western knowledge and ways of knowing, and to use both of those eyes together for the benefit of all. Hence, my suggestion is not to abandon Western paradigms completely, but rather to assert that school curricula should stare the stage, so to speak, with perspectives from cultural minorities, so as to introduce young people to various ways of seeing the world and hope that a deeper sense of connection may be fostered. It is long past time to decolonize education. Teaching two-eyed seeing and Indigenous relationality to non-Native children could be a solution to the deep disconnect that characterizes our society in its current form. Disconnection, isolation, and discouragement have all been common themes of the COVID-19 pandemic world. Relationality offers a path to motivate students to connect with one another and with the land, and to take responsibility in caring for the earth so that future generations might be able to sustain themselves and experience its brilliance. Introducing students from all backgrounds and walks of life to Indigenous relationality has innumerable benefits on the individual, societal, and even the environmental level. An understanding of relationality provides the long-needed opportunity to connect deeply with others and with the earth. In such a disconnected and fragmented modern world, this perspective is more than welcome. It is necessary. Thank you all so much for listening and for allowing me to share with you today.
All right, thank you, Patience. All right, does anybody have any questions? I think Ravina might have had to go to class, but she also might still be here. I'm not certain. But does anybody have questions for either one of them today? If not, I might kick off with Patience if she is still there. Are you still there?
I'm here.
Awesome. So I did have a question for you. I know you talked about sort of integrating this concept of relationality and sort of the two-eyed seeing into non-Indigenous sort of knowledge production or education. Do you have an example of what that might look like, you know, on let's say like a elementary school level versus like a high school level?
Something I've been thinking about, I think a great way to get younger kids involved in this kind of thinking could be sort of like hands-on experience with plants, something I think that kids would take to, and well, maybe not all of them, but in sort of an excited way, as if something like a Three Sisters garden, where we could give children an opportunity to actually get their hands dirty and plant a garden and understand the process of growing something right in front of their eyes and watching that grow. Something like just as simple as that for younger kids, I think would be great. High school, obviously, I think would be a little bit more complicated to get people to care, but that's obvious. That's something actually in the paper that I was reading partially from that I discussed having it be sort of a future avenue for research, because that is sort of something I think would be more difficult. I can see younger kids, you know, embracing these ideas a little bit easier than older kids might, just based on, you know, personal experience.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I can keep going unless somebody else has questions too. Please raise your hand or pop them in the chat.
So this is actually a point that Ravina brought up, but I've been thinking about it a lot. So she talked about anthropology as kind of a colonial force that helped to underwrite colonial harm. But I wonder what you guys are thinking about anthropology as sort of an unwilling partner in colonial processes. So, for example, my outside person on my committee wrote a book, and in part of the book, he explained how the government took some of his work before it was even published. He's not sure how they got a hold of it, and used that to make a policy that negatively affected the Indigenous people he was studying. So I wonder what you all think about that.
Yeah, something I've started to come to terms with just throughout my own education is, I think, especially the current, at least the people that I know in anthropology, we are absolutely unwilling participants. I think we're constantly trying to rewrite the field in a more inclusive and positive way than, especially even just thinking back to undergrad, which was not that long ago for me. There were a lot of things that I was taught that I don't think I would be taught now if I was, a freshman coming into anthropology. So I think we're in a really interesting time that is, obviously not unique, but exciting in that we are in a position to rewrite sort of our intentions and to decolonize things in ways that maybe our predecessors hadn't thought to before.
Good question. Does anybody else have anything? I was sort of wondering when we talk about relationality, especially again, in terms of, I guess, relation to the environment, just because you brought up the example of sort of using plants as a learning experience. What are your thoughts about how the concept of relationality in Indigenous thought comes up against the concept of resource in maybe sort of more Western thinking?
Yeah, another thing that I've been looking into is this idea of kinship ecology and the idea of looking at the environment from a more holistic and relational perspective. I think if we could incorporate ideas of looking at the earth and looking at plants and just the environment and in general as a thing with agency, something that is living and feeling and experiencing, that our relationships with those entities would be a lot different. In a class, obviously, that you and I share, Lindsay, we've been looking a lot at this idea of, sorry, that's my cat, this idea of giving environmental features agency to need things. So what might a river need, as opposed to what do we think a river needs, or what do we think a river should be? So I think that is definitely a field where this could be more than applicable. And I see in the chat, what do you identify as Western education? I guess when I use that phrase, I'm mostly talking about like Eurocentric, classic sort of American education. I might be using that phrase a little lightly, but just like, yeah, sort of Western European, American, colonialist education platforms.
Erin put a couple things in the chat, some resources for you patients and probably for Ravina as well. Poor patients, you're on the hot seat, man.
I was going to say, we actually do have a little bit of time before our next break. So if anybody else has if we can open up the floor. So if anybody has anything to sort of add to the conversation. Otherwise, yeah, it looks like our next panel starts at 2:35. So if you guys just want to go ahead and take a break until then, we're running a little bit early. We did have somebody drop out of this panel, but I think Patience and Ravina did a great job. So yeah, if everybody just wants to join us back here again at 2:35, we'll do the last panel. Thank you guys so much. Everything's still looking good?
Yeah. How long was my camera on and I wasn't there for?
Just a minute, and then you realized that as you were popping whatever you were popping in your mouth, that it was on. And you turned it off.
I took Betty for a walk, but I like logged in on my phone. And for whatever reason, because I had turned my camera off before I left, and it turned on when I initialized Zoom on my phone. I just didn't want anyone to think that I wasn't like actually present, like I was there.
We didn't see you walking the dog, if that's what you're asking.
No. I knew you couldn't see me walking the dog. I mean, that would have been good for everybody because
that would have been pretty good.
I saw you signed in. There was like a second, like Justin M.
Yeah.
Funny.
She's been a
We
good
have
girl today.
everybody-
I'm starting to think that her mom is the problem.
I know I saw Madeir and Josie. I have not seen either Seth or Saida pop in. Do we have confirmations that they're still presenting, or have they emailed about?
Nobody has emailed me.
Yeah, I
this
know
morning.
Saida said she was excited to present, so I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
she'll
I
be
mean, they
here.
have time. They have time. I mean,
Yeah.
And
If they
Seth
don't-
seemed excited too, so.
Yeah. And I know I saw Mater on the call earlier and yesterday, so.
Yeah, he was just on here. I think he just
Mhm.
popped off for the break. And his name is Mater.
That's, mhm.
Okay.
I've never
Mater.
met him or her, but yeah.
Mater Sarek Burhan
Mhm.
and Saida Arbab.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't have anything from anybody who's presenting in the next panel that they're not coming.
Yeah, they've got 25 minutes, so.
Well, sorry I had to step out for a little bit. I know I saw that Jenna couldn't make it. Is there anything you guys want me to do? Like to fill in or help out at all? Or do you guys have it?
Do you want, I mean, Lindsay was taking the helm at moderating these last two sessions, or did we figure that out? Did we not decide to do that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm good to just keep going unless you want to moderate the next one for whatever reason, John.
If you're good to keep going, you seem to know what you're doing with moderating, and I have this overwhelming feeling that I would mess something up pretty bad. So
Yeah, I don't mind. I'll just do this next one. I think Alex was gonna monitor the chat, but she might not be signed in anymore either. But the chat's not super active, so it hasn't been hard.
Yeah, both
Yeah.
times that I've been checking the chat, the person presenting saw as quickly as I did. So, yeah.
And then Megan's doing the closing, right? Toss it back to Megan when after the panel, or Justin.
Sure, both of us, yeah, or just, yeah, say peace out and thank you.
Up to the RSVP for the Riverwise event.
Oh yeah, we should put a link to that in the chat too.
I have to
Alright,
see
I'll
why
throw it
this
in there.
lady is barking in the bedroom. I'll be right back.
So I received a message from Megan McCullen, and she was wondering if there were any undergrads. She wanted to know who was the program coordinator for transformations. I figured I'd just forward her information or pass this along.
Megan, I think, yeah.
Yeah. But she said that the college is having an undergrad research symposium in the next few weeks and wanted to see if any of the undergrads might have already presented and could just re-present, as it has cash prizes too.
I think you're muted.
You muted.
Muted.
Yeah, if you just send whatever information, like if they can just give us details, like, because we're gonna send out an email to everybody with like the recording and all that, so I can just include like, hey, if you presented and want another opportunity, here's how.
Okay. I will send an email. Thank you.
Cool, thanks. I'm so excited for 5 o'clock. I have a big bottle of wine waiting for me.
I wish it wasn't so far for me to drive in, but driving in.
You know, I've discovered, because I grew up in Ann Arbor and now I live here and all my friends are that way or in Ipsy. It's like, it's not far. It takes you like the same amount of time sometimes to even like get across Ipsy or in Ann Arbor. It's like a mental distance.
No,
that
100%. But for me, like thinking about trying to contend with traffic. So yeah,
it's like mental more than it is.
If I can do it at 2 PM, I can literally do it in 35 minutes. Right. But if I got to do it at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, but nobody's coming into the city. That's the thing. Everybody's leaving the city.
Really?
At rush hour time. Yeah.
Yeah,
Detroit really doesn't have traffic. Like all the traffic, like the craziest traffic is at like rush hour time. If you're trying to go to like Troy or Warren or like
getting out of Ann Arbor at 5 is a disaster.
Yeah. Now there it might be a disaster, but out here, like the highways are coming in to the city. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. My whenever I had class at 5, once I got to like Southfield Freeway, it was easy.
Yeah.
Just past Southfield Freeway. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, if you want to, like, if you're leaving the city at that time, it can be real frustrating.
Okay, for the Riverwise thing, are people hanging out past 6 PM if they are not doing the art lesson?
I mean, they're welcome to, yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if it was just like the free thing was an hour and then.
No, and then we're gonna be like, get out. No. No. Yeah. We'll be here probably till about 8:30 or so.
I loved all those presenters yesterday who are doing cool, creative things in Detroit. It's really, you know, Dr. Newman has done a lot of research on gentrification and kind of strategies for preserving culture and diversity in urban spaces, but also in where they can experience.
I'll let you take it away. You're muted.
Sorry, cool. Thank you for joining us again this afternoon. Like Justin said, that was a great conversation, which is an awesome benefit of being able to do stuff like this on Zoom. Another benefit is being able to have like lots of great presenters from all over the place. So for our last panel, we have 4 awesome presentations lined up on everything from how grassroots organizations are challenging political power structures in Sudan to a discourse analysis on the commodification of adoptive children. So today, if we could please welcome Madhur Sarek Burhan for the first presentation. And you should have screen sharing capability, so you can just share whenever you need to.
Can you guys hear me? Okay.
I can hear you, but we can also see your full screen if you want to put it into like presentation mode.
Somewhere there. All good?
Yep, okay. Perfect. You have 15 minutes and start whenever you want.
Okay, please, if I go over time, feel free to interject. I won't be checking the chat, so just like unmute yourself and let me know if I'm like going over time. Okay.
I'll hold up a 2-minute sign too.
Okay, great. Well, thank you all. Thank you for this amazing conference. I've been able to participate a few panels so far, including Adrian Marie Brown's discussion. So it's been truly an honor to be here. So my name is Mahader Sarak Abrahan. I'm a political science graduate student at Syracuse University. And as you can see from my title today, I'm here to present on political possibilities, particularly focusing on the mobilization of women in Sudan. Okay. So in 2019, we witnessed autonomous and non-hierarchical or horizontally structured networks of organizations led by women and youth subvert and challenge a military state. So my paper this comes out of a thesis, my thesis that I completed last year. So it highlights the political possibilities, that is particularly the forms of participation and organization that have emerged as demonstrations turned into an insurrection. And so kind of like the theory coming out of practice. So after 4 months of coordinated and sustained demonstrations, the leader of the regime, Omar al-Bashir, was removed. And after 8 months, the military was forced to negotiate with civilian forces. After Bashir's removal, the military had sought a transitional period with military leadership. However, people refused, and sit-ins and demonstrations continued until the military conceded to civilian participation in the transition period. So various forces, including professionals, civilian and political groups, rebel groups, youths and women groups, were responsible for exerting pressure on the 30-year-old regime. So my focus is on the possibilities of a demilitarized bottom-up democratization process. So I do not go in depth into the various and prolonged forms of organizing throughout Sudan's history, including armed opposition. So instead, my paper highlights 2 grassroots organizations, particularly the Neighborhood Resistance Committees and the Tea Sellers Association. So like the image you see at the bottom to your right is like of tea sellers, just so you can have an idea of what I'm talking about. There was a huge Tea Sellers Association that was part of this movement. The Tea Sellers Association is like a union. So when you think informal sector, when you think tea sellers, is so I look at that organization and the kind of organizations they've created and how they participated in the 2019 uprising. But for the sake of this presentation, I'm more so going to focus on the other grassroots organizations that have been emerging, which are the neighborhood resistance committees. And so the selection of these groups is tied to my theoretical approach, which weaves the intellectual contributions of Black scholars and organizers like Ella Jo Baker, Andaye, who is a Guyanese, Amilcar Cabral, who is Guinean, all of whom saw popular uprising and popular participation as central to political change and political transformations. So just to give you a brief background about what Sudan is, Sudan's population is estimated to 42 million. About 21.5 million of them are said to be women. About 60% of Sudan's population is estimated to be between 15 and 30. So you're looking at a very young population. And the 2019 protests were largely populated by women. Women basically, I do not go into this in this presentation, but they participated at all levels, whether you're looking at the professional organizations and how they were structured and the kind of top positions people held, or you're looking at grassroots organizations and who formed them. Women were present across the board. Youth have been estimated to make up 80% of the protesters, whereas 70% of protesters in Khartoum, which is the capital, were estimated to be women. So, and when I say women, please do not think of it in a homogenized kind of sense. I just don't have the time to get into how the concept of women itself is very differentiated across different women in Sudan. So there's no simple ways of designating people in conclusive racial, ethnic, or cultural categories, especially because such distinctions are related to historical, regional, political, and economic realities and history. With over 500 ethnic groups, more than 100 languages, Sudan has been referred to as the microcosm of Africa, which makes it really important to understand political transformation within using Sudan as a case study. And last but not least, it's important to highlight the legacy of organized resistance in Sudan, because 2019 was the 3rd time we witnessed popular uprising remove a military regime since Sudan's independence in 1956. So, and particularly the 2019 uprising brought with it these new forms of organizing that kind of makes it, creates radical possibilities. So to trace the 2019 uprising, I use this timeline in my paper. It begins in 2000 to kind of indicate that the 2019 uprising was not an isolated event, but part of a continuous process. And the same can be said for most of the forces and organizations that were active in the uprising, which existed in their embryonic stages before 2019. So the first protests, which are indicated by the red stars on this 2012 map to your right, began on December 6th, and they had spread to Khartoum by December 25. And as early as December 23, the diaspora were also echoing people on the ground from France, Switzerland, South Africa to Egypt and beyond. And that's the map to your left would indicate that. And so the accounts of such distributed and simultaneous eruptions of popular protest not only indicate the conjunctures of the period, but also the scale, rate, and the level at which popular participation was happening. Like, in other words, like the multiple regions where the first protests occurred not only speak to the scale and the range of mobilization that was happening, unlike during 1964 and 1985, the previous uprising, but also the different yet shared reasons for mobilizing. So, you know, regional differentiation is very real in Sudan. People in Khartoum, which is the capital, have very different concerns than people in Darfur, which is to the west, you know. So the fact that we saw this kind of simultaneous eruption speaks to what kind of concerns people were sharing, right? But we're also very different. So one of the most effective ways to organize, because the Bashir regime had been in power 30 years, this is a military regime, consolidated its power through like patronage networks and military, right? So one of the most effective ways to organize became the neighborhood resistance committees. And nowadays, the kind of resilience and sustained structures, because the uprising is still continuing in Sudan till today, have gotten some attention from mainstream media. Some of the committees existed since 2013, and they've been working on different fronts, right? Including street cleanups, road work, school repair, equitable distribution of resources like flour and bread. And so during the uprisings, new resistance committees were formed by women and youth in the neighborhoods. The committees became locally elected bodies, and their structures were replicated across urban cities and many rural communities. So when the SPA, which was kind of like the Sudanese professional associations, which quickly became the kind of disseminating information body, which is a group of unions. Sudan has a very long history of unionizing and has like underground unions even under like repressive regimes. So when the SPA, the Professionals Association, would call out like, we're protesting on December 25, it would basically like put it out on social media, put it out through these neighborhood resistance committees. And so the committees would organize people in the neighborhood to respond, right? So many of the demonstrations in Khartoum, for instance, were organized under these committees. And like the images that you can see on your screen shows the rate of demonstrations in the Khartoum area alone. So by the time demonstrations had begun in 2018, there was about 30 active neighborhood resistance committees. Like just in one neighborhood by Bahari, within a few months, there like becomes 80 resistance committees because these structures were being replicated to organize and mobilize people, right? So the committees not only functioned as like this alternate political apparatus that addresses collective and basic needs of their communities, but they also managed to subvert the military, right? So for instance, if people from Wadno Obi were on the streets and came under the grip of the police and security, they relied on the committee and the other two neighborhood resistance committees to hit the streets and take the pressure off of them. So this not only affected the ability of the regime to repress the protesters, but as members expressed, it builds this kind of camaraderie and collective security, right? And these are different neighborhoods, you know, stratified based on class, like there's the upscale neighborhoods and the low scale neighborhoods. And so you had them all kind of coordinate across the board. So in my paper, I argue that unlike hierarchical forms of organizing with clear boundaries of leaders and followers, which we've seen in Sudan in the past, the horizontal and kind of grassroots autonomous organizing, because no neighborhood resistance committee or no professional group was telling how each neighborhood committee should act or must act. So I kind of argue the horizontal and grassroots autonomous organizing challenged the militarized regime's power. And in the process, it's been creating a non-hierarchical unity among the working people of Sudan. So this form of organizing not only increased participatory modes of politics, but protected the autonomy of grassroots organizations that represented themselves, because till today, the neighborhood resistance committees are very much autonomous. So the forms of participation and organization that I am attempting to convey is perhaps best exemplified through the sit-in that took place. So this just allows you to understand what was happening and how to kind of, we need to extract like the theory from the practice, right? So on April 6th, a few days before al-Bashir was removed from power, the neighborhood resistance committees and all the other organizations started like an impromptu sit-in in front of the military headquarters in Khartoum, which is this is an image of the sit-in, right? The sit-in ends up lasting for 58 days. And from at least 9 cities across Sudan, you have youth, women, students, unemployed, professionals, people with different regions, religions, races, ages, ethnic groups, genders come together to the sit-in. And it drew so many people that the security forces actually had to barricade roads entering Khartoum at that point. And so these realities force us to complicate our thinking about the nuances and the collective power of the gender, class, race, and regional differences of those participating in the movement. The networks of people that mobilized and coordinated also shows like complex movement and organization that transcend simplistic categorizations of spontaneous organizing or other forms. So the sit-in was transformed into a space where culture, art, and politics could be observed and practiced. These black dots you see here indicate the limits of the sit-in, which altogether was like an estimated 108 hectares. So there were medical facilities, there were public toilets, there was food and drink service points organized within the barricades, there were security checkpoints. There's also educational facilities and a safe zone for women where legal and psychological support was being provided for women. Because at this point, the security forces were killing people, raping people, so much was happening. So the space was used to also disseminate information and update the people on the ongoing negotiations between the civilian and military groups in government. In this sense, the sit-in kind of became a space to practice of mode of politics built on popular participation, shared accountability, and collective contribution. Some have referred to the sit-ins as an and I quote, governing without a government. So we can understand why a few days later, we witnessed one of the deadliest attacks on protesters, which is now known as the Ramadan massacre, to disband the sit-in, because it basically showed that the people can govern for themselves, by themselves, with themselves. And this is a community that has faced a lot of exploitation and oppression, and even intentional manipulation of ethnic groups and religious groups, right? So this sit-in had to go. And on June 3rd, the Ramadan massacre happened, where military forces killed over 200 people, raped over 60 women, and had to disband the sit-in. But basically, the sit-in serves as yet another humanizing moment where people mobilize even more. And one of the largest marches would take place just a few days later. And at that point, the military is forced to negotiate, and it goes into this agreement, a transitional agreement. And I'm just going to stop there in terms of the uprising, but just to let you know, like, if you look up the news on Sudan right now, you will know, like, the Sudanese people are still on the streets. So for the sake of this presentation, over a period of 8 months, we witnessed a new mode of politics with a participatory and representative model that does not exclude or relegate women and other exploited and oppressed groups in society, but instead benefits from their political agency and self-organization. We saw the power and the necessity of alliances that can challenge entrenched systems and structures of oppression and exploitation. We saw at the sit-in that diverse communities, even those manipulated against one another, can build democratic relations and forms of governance. Different groups like T-sellers and neighborhood committees represented themselves and discussed with professionals and political groups, which you would consider formal, right? And these horizontal networks of multiple autonomous groups served as a strategy to challenge the state, its security apparatus, and its ideologies. So women and youth were leading at the grassroots and higher levels, and they asserted their political agency, all of which I argue has brought the possibilities of democratic political organizing and a multi-ethnic, multi-gender, multi-race, and overall very diverse society. So we have seen similar uprisings that were representative of the people in the society. And when I'm saying people, please keep in mind it's the working people. So in Soweto, 45 years ago in 1976, we saw something similar. And again, in Egypt, about 10 years ago in 2011, we saw something similar, and now we're seeing it in Sudan. So the last bullet point regarding sustainability is kind of to pose a question to the audience, and something I'm kind of engaging with is, how do we sustain these forms of organizing and participating? Like, the sustainability remains central. But that is it, and I will conclude my presentation there. Thank you everyone for your attention, and time.
All right, thank you so much. That was fantastic. And it looks like next up we have Seth Allard. Where did Seth go?
Seth went right here. Can
There
you
he
hear
is.
Seth?
I can hear you.
Can Seth stop speaking in the third person? Okay. I'm going to stop joshing around. I'm going to share my screen. Okay. That was an amazing presentation. I guarantee it's going to make mine look not as good. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Seth Allard. I'm a PhD student in the social work and anthropology program here at Wayne State. And what I'm going to be talking about today is creative ethnographic writing, which isn't the end all be all of what we could discuss as far as creative approaches to ethnography and ethnographic expression. But what I'm really going to be doing today is I'm going to be a complete narcissist and speak largely about my own experiences. And I'm going to touch on some general areas of creative ethnographic writing and using my own experiences as kind of a background for hopefully a future discussion and Q&A at the end of the session. So I'm just going to sort of read this off. You can read with me. And let's think in the back of your minds how much you might resonate with this kind of sentiment. What do you do when you realize that conventional scholarship alone will not achieve desired social change, or that conventional methods of anthropological and social science inquiry forego the essence of human experience to produce consumable knowledge in line with paradigmatic structures? Or more simply, yet not so subtly put, when you are faced with the question, what the fuck am I doing and what's the damn point? You write against convention is what you do. And yes, we do all have those sentiments from time to time, whether we speak them. Dr. Chris O'Malley, I know it's a little bit of an insider joke, but you could introduce another word that starts with the letter P instead of the F word if you want to. So why creative expression? Why creative ethnographic writing? And I'm going to center a lot of the kind of definitive and open discussion about what creative ethnographic writing is and what I mean by that on this quote near the top. We hold in our words real people's lives. That's from an extract of Waterston and Vespery's Anthropology Off the Shelf, which is a really central work that advocates for creative ethnographic writing, and it's a great source if anybody wants to check it out. So that really sort of anchors our presentation today and our understanding of my understanding anyway, and attempts to express creative expression and creative ethnographic writing. So why is creative ethnographic, well, before even going on with that, what do I mean by creative ethnographic writing? What we're doing is we're taking ethnographic data. This is a very, very brief sort of definition, taking ethnographic data and information and even analysis, and then reconceptualizing it or reforming it in aesthetic terms as a way of further expressing the cultural realities that we see on the ground. And our previous presentation, I was thinking there are so many really great examples of doing that. So why pursue it? It's ingrained in our ethnographic description. So the idea of poetics and prose is something that anthropologists are very natural to. Creative ethnographic writing and more aesthetic expression represents multiple worldviews. It's inclusive of multiple worldviews. It's in line with collaborative and exploratory research. So you can include the way individuals express their experiences and their history more effectively. You, of course, include a broad audience, and you get investment from communities. in what you're doing if you're writing something and you're intending to not just have maybe 10 or 15 people, including your thesis or dissertation committee, read it. It can be cathartic for both communities, and my social worker side really supports that, because narrative and storytelling is more and more being recognized as a form of therapeutic treatment and catharsis for individuals experiencing things like PTSD, but it's also cathartic for researchers, and it can help us to resolve within ourselves sticky things like subjectivity and objectivity and relations and things along those lines, and how to conduct translational research. It challenges and recenters research in the role of the intellectual. I'm kind of pulling a little bit on Gramsci's idea of the organic intellectual here, or at least my interpretation of it. Who are you as an intellectual? What is your tie to your community? How are you serving your community directly, right? So expanding the methods of your writing expands possibly your connections with the community, because it puts you in a position to connect. And it introduces new insights and ways of knowing, right? So I think like the griot is a really good example. There's different forms of intellectualism. I was talking the other day with somebody how, for instance, as we go into anybody who takes an intro to philosophy or history class or psychology class, they really should put intro to Western philosophy, Western psychology, Western history, Western anthropology, because we don't really recognize and incorporate non-Western and especially indigenous views of how to approach human behavior. And by including aesthetics and artwork and creative expression, it can help introduce you to other ways of knowing and refining your own anthropology. So I'm going to jump right into it in a bit. And I look forward to just reading some poetry and reading some work and seeing and hearing back from you what you think of it. And some of it's published, some of it is not published. So you'll be able to really give me some real-time critique, and maybe we can use it as kind of some real-time critique amongst ourselves as to what kind of impact this is going to have. So the examples are going to be a couple of poems from my 2018 book, which was based on my thesis on Native American youth suicide within my own tribal community, the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians. And then there's going to be a journalistic writing example. And then there's going to be still a peer-reviewed article that I'm going to pull up as an example, but had to expand to include more interprofessional context and used still in some ways some more prosaic language. So like I said, let's jump into it with some examples. So the first two examples I'm going to read directly, and these are included within the 2018 book on youth suicide. And the title of that book is Guided by the Spirits, The Meanings of Life, Death, and Youth Suicide in an Ojibwe Community. So the first sample is going to be an ethnographic poem, which was constructed from an interview with an elder on the topic of youth suicide in the community. And the title of the poem is Drawn Away. Drawn away. So many attempted suicides, they filled up the hospital wards. It's very economically depressed. There's nothing much for the kids. We've lost a lot of our spirituality and our guidance in our lives. Kids don't really have anything to fall back on. I try to encourage them to get on the drum, attend sweat lodges. They were caught up in the same problems that the rest of society has. Even though they're exposed to the positives, to spirituality, they're exposed to negatives. They've been drawn away. The children are exposed to substance abuse, an unstable, dysfunctional family. Even though they were exposed to the traditions that has an effect throughout their lives. It's really hard for them to break that. They have to leave to find decent jobs and work. You find that going 2 generations back, and they lose their culture. Mother, She would bring up things from my youth on Sugar Island, my ancestral home. People would gather there. You would get culture from that. Anishinaabe, the Ojibwe language. She didn't want to teach me. Children my age, their parents didn't want to teach that language. Being known as Indian would hold you back in life. People would try to hide that they were native by calling themselves French Canadian or Spanish, not Indian. Really, you're only fooling yourself. Everybody knew who you were anyways. I asked my mother what French Canadian was, and she was kind of embarrassed we did that. Oh, you know, that's a way that people can try to hide that they are Indian. And I says, why do they do that? They're Indian, aren't they? I didn't understand. So that poem, as you could sort of hear, I was giving pauses. Those pauses were shifts in each line. And there were 7 stanzas in that. And so you can kind of see this sort of reflects that ingrained kind of analytic trend that we have with thematic analysis, with chunking. So I sort of use that, and that's kind of an example of how that lends itself to constructing poems, right? Or aesthetic art forms. So Lindsay, real quick, can you tell me how I am on time? I haven't been paying attention at all.
Yeah, you have about 4.5 minutes, and I'll give you a 2-minute warning.
All right, great, thank you. So the next one is much shorter, and I'll try to go through this a little bit quicker. This one is called Stories. Stories kill, stories create, stories imprison and liberate. Stories can strike, stories can fall, stories are wielded by us all. What can we do with the stories we tell, but see one of heaven or live one of hell? And that was really kind of a cathartic thing for myself, but it rounded out this idea of history and memory. I was studying history and memory and reflecting on the words and the deep historical relationships that were providing that structure of youth suicide as I was analyzing it and seeing it through the interviews and through primary documents. So I'm going to keep moving with the examples. I'm not going to read anything off of these 2 for time, but just a quick description. Very recently published in Marine Corps University Press, which that's making sure that we're embedding our writing and writing for an audience that are not primarily anthropologists. The title is Cultural Problems Require Cultural Solutions, Partnership between the U.S. Marine Corps and Anthropology to Prevent Suicide. So once again, written for a broad audience, mainly any invested audience invested in suicide prevention in the military, not published in a strictly anthropological academic journal, based on different aspects of subfields of anthropology. It was very collaborative. I don't know how many drafts viewed by individuals some were pretty high up in Marine Corps command, and also people from civilians and military researchers from different organizations and fields. And so there wasn't any aspect of it that wasn't really collaborative the whole time. I say no punches pulled because we didn't. We called it how it was. And it's also to make sure that we're not laying blame through our writing, because we want to have accountability and justice for structural issues and structural violence, while also gathering buy-in from whoever may be reading at the same time. And that was a very tricky thing to do, and I think we did it well. Second example is a recent article that's in review, has been accepted, but it's in review by Task and Purpose, which is a military magazine blog, very popular one. And it's about a pseudoscientist. I know, Dr. Christomalis, you're going to be like, make sure you're working on your definition. Named Dave Grossman, and you can look him up on the news for yourself. It is pretty entertaining. Essentially, this individual is largely single-handedly responsible for perpetuating the militarization of police. He's not the only person responsible, obviously, but he's a main leading figure. So we're writing journalistically, so collaborating with journalists on how to write and include and sneak in their anthropological language without it sounding like anthropology. So using it as an educational, kind of like Anthropology 101, but with that applied journalistic bent. I'm not going to be able to read the first paragraph, so I think we're pretty much close to our time. I do want to say that as far as inspiration goes, it's not really just anthropologists. So obviously Zora Neale Hurston is a leading anthropologist, a wonderful figure and inspiration, but aesthetics, and I'm just going to read from the slide here. Aesthetics are both a form and expression of analysis. This said, poets, especially with cross-cultural experiences and positionality, become sources of inspiration due to that positionality. So I bring up an example. We all know Zora Neale Hurston. What a guiding light is how to write about complex issues like insider-outsider perspectives. But also Jane Schoolcraft, very little known, should be more well-known poet. And she wasn't an anthropologist, but her poetry was a form of analysis that when you read back on her form of expression and her description of her position as someone who was of mixed heritage, it can really help you lead and understand aesthetics as a form of analysis of reconciling. So those are just a couple examples. Obviously, there are many more. That is it for the presentation. Thank you very much for listening and going on this messy exploration with me on experiences with creative ethnographic writing.
All right, thanks so much, Seth. All right, and if everybody could just hold questions till the end or post them in the chat. And next up we have Saida Arbab, and there you go. Once again, you should have screen sharing, so feel free to share whatever you want, and I'll give you a 2-minute count. Oh, I think you're muted.
Thank you so much. Yeah, actually, I'm going to have my colleague Natalie share the slides because we actually worked with Mahi also on this panel actually at the same time, which is great. We worked together on this paper. I think I might even have Mahi come in a bit as well.
Yeah, who else did you say? I can pin everybody here.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, yeah, so it's so great to be here to talk about a piece that kind of came together as Natalie Gallagher, myself, and Mahi also on this panel in discussion about our various research that we've been doing, both in our academically, but also research in the broader sense of our lived experience and coming to terms with it. Recognizing that what is made eligible and ineligible is through the dominant structure and systems and ways of knowing. Oftentimes it's really hard to be heard and also hear and recognize ourselves and our lived experience as the knowledge from within we, I guess, relegate and move forward with our activism and our organizing work. We wanted to talk about fractals, which is actually a mathematical concept, as a means, an approach, and a framework of knowing and understanding that is counter to the dominant ways of knowing. Fractals as a concept is a never-ending continuous pattern repeated at different scales. It's found in the branching of trees, lightning, arteries, in hurricanes. And what makes them really special is that fractals are infinite and complex. That's all good. Sorry, give me 1 second. So as you can see in this slide, these are various sets of fractals that are basically possess 5 key components. Next slide, please. So the first is infinity. I feel that that is pretty self-explanatory, but what makes, I think, fractals really special is that it helps understand the totality of infinity, right? So if you come to understand that this universe, and it gets really trippy from this point forward, but is, while in dominant ways of knowing, framed as if there's a limitation of knowing, that we can achieve absolute truth, right? And that we're headed towards this linear, necessarily linear reality where we can, with the right formulations and with the right conversations, achieve the absolute answer. However, fractal practice and fractal thinking acknowledges the fact that there is the only thing that is total and totality about this universe is that it is infinite, and we necessarily have to assume ambiguity, continuity, and plurality while renouncing these colonial logics and dominant logics of purity, rigidity, absolutism, and monolithic living. And therefore, infinity is an element that also allows us to include a truth about complexity, right? The second element is recursion. So recursion refers to a cyclical process in which fractals emerge as a loop. So this feedback loop is created as the output of one loop acts as an input for the next. And again, with infinity, this feedback loop is infinite. And so as the fractal unfolds through recursion, each new relation and relationship not only engenders new relational possibilities, but also transforms retroactively all of the relations preceding it. So when you input one into the other, it changes and reiterates a new version of reality, right, of fractals, that then also promotes this feedback loop of changing what came before it. So there's a lot of work out there about memory and acknowledging that history as we know it can shift and reiterate itself based on what we understand about that history today, right? So it kind of to demonstrate this recursion element. Third is its element of scalability and scaling. It's a common component found in African design and fractal structures, which refers to using similar patterns at different scales within range under consideration. So fractals can represent how social patterns exist at different scales of society, while still maintaining that same level of complexity that exists at any scale. So meaning, enlarging a tiny section of a fractal will produce a pattern that looks very similar to the whole picture. And shrinking down the whole will give us something that looks like the tiny part. So for this work, scaling then becomes a means, so for our work, right, for our sake of reflexive practice, scaling allows us to think about an effective model of solidarity because we can recognize plurality and difference that doesn't lose its relational dimensions, right, no matter when you scale up or down. And the last two elements that I'll briefly skim over, because we actually focused mostly on those three: infinity, recursion, and scaling. But self-similarity basically refers to similarity found within fractal patterns. It entails that there is a precise, exact replica of the whole in at least some of its parts within. Can you go back to the previous slide? Yeah, so as you can see in this slide, right, the whole is not actually the sum of its parts. It's rather that the whole is the part and that the part is the whole. So in these various fractal patterns that you see here, you can see that there are some elements within these larger fractal pieces that are the exact replicas of the whole, right, in the part. So basically this allows us to think about reflexive practice, right, using fractal thinking, where there is limited room to establish hierarchies within difference, right? Whether we're looking at each other's knowledges, fractal thinking necessitates that each be valued and recognized as reflective of the whole. So knowledge, lived experiences are reflections of a micro to macro summation. And so fractal wisdom then allows us to recognize these diffractions of each other are just mere iterations of the same thing, right? Same knowledges. And lastly, fractal dimensions, as the name insinuates, is the ability of fractals to allow room for and dimensions of fractions, as opposed to the strictly whole number, linear, rigid dimensional analysis that is often so common, I think, in dominant ways of knowing. And I'll pass it over to Natalie to talk more in depth about how we then, why we decide to talk about fractals and how we apply it to social movement thinking.
Sorry, we're right next to each other, so coordinating that was was its own thing. But essentially, this came out of a friendship where we would just like all the time be sending each other fractals that we would see in nature. We spent a lot of time. Mahi here introduced us to a lot of great fractal work, both from politics to architecture within Pan-Africanism, and eventually we started just to see this like almost worldview that kind of came out of it. And what I'm going to focus mostly today is on solidarity and how we apply fractals to that. But essentially fractals, as Diana introduced, kind of makes way for the plurality and perplexity that is our social realities. I think dominant ways of knowing really try to discipline knowledge like this chaos into order. And it's not so much as chaos as it's a plurality and perplexity that we could pull from in ways that engage with like Audre Lorde's concept of non-dominating differences. But essentially we saw this as a framework to account for chaos, especially in the pandemic, in ways that like here we were still feeling so much of the world, even if we were isolated. So there's a lot of fractal thinking has attributed to God's thumbprint kind of in this regard. And then we kind of took that up in terms of thinking about feminist ways of knowing, also around possibilities, and then today's point of solidarity, which is if we look at fractals for having this complex relationship for a broader whole or collective, that's also how we can view solidarity, especially when we're talking about global political economies. So patterns, fractals, they enact this apparatus of relationality to establish the matrices of this global economy in which we all exist. And ultimately, this allows us to see movements and conjunctures of our entire global social economy. And Arun Aparaide has a really good analysis of looking at global economies in terms of disjunctures and conjunctures. And this also allowed us to bring it into understanding a matrix of our world in terms of ways that like we are constantly going from this like oppressed being oppressed to resisting kind of framework that Lugones, if you're familiar, kind of spells out. But taking this up into solidarity, I feel like the BDS movement is a good example to kind of explain what we mean, where when you are practicing solidarity with someone, it's not just because your oppressions are similar, but it has to do with how you are in relation to that global economy of apartheid. So the BDS movement operates very much in what has been called constellations, because it's on this both this digital kind of network of communications, but also happens on the ground in forms of direct action. So everyone engages, you know, like the political economy of apartheid, the ways that we are intricated in it is very vast. And I wish I had, there's like, if you saw all of the companies, all of the products, there's no way our lives are so complicit in it. So what BDS does is chooses a specific set to kind of target on. And if we're thinking about that in terms of fractal relationships, like that kind of also gives, sets the points in which these recursions, these reiterations are kind of coming off. So everybody has a way to kind of engage from their specific location in practicing this self-reflexivity. And even that matter of engagement, whether, there's a political consciousness to it. So for example, we may all know the problems of using Prime, but I'm sure there's times like even me once, I really needed a book in a few days, so I got it from a friend who had Prime. There's ways that we have that political line, right? What I'm getting at with this is the part, if we think of fractal thinking in terms of trying to act social justice, it really allows you to take a lot of moments into that movement span. So there is a self-conscious that's coming with this, regardless of how well you participate or how deeply your participation is. There's also an on-the-ground mode that specifically addresses things that are happening within your location. So whether it's a company, whether it's G4S, whether it's security cameras at certain universities, we're able to kind of like address that. And in this way of fractal thinking, what's powerful is it's not just acting as solidarity for the other, but in the ways that also what you're addressing has a lot to do with those shared points of oppression. So I will turn over to Mahi or Fiana to wrap up. I just wanted to kind of explain how this folds into solidarity practices that are both material, but also like all of the thinking that goes a part of it. So someone far off who's not maybe always involved still kind of gets this fractal pull into the movement.
Yeah, I think before Mahi comes in for a little bit, I wanted to reiterate what was really inspiring in doing this work with Mahi and Natalie is the concept of a praxis, right? A praxis in that understanding social movements, understanding our lived reality as a constellation, as a fractal, number one, necessarily makes room for the productivity of chaos. I think dominant ways of knowing tries to convince us that it's a binary, right? Either you're linear or you're chaotic, right? You're either organized or you're in anarchy, right? And fractal frameworks allow that chaos to be productive. It is, number one, recognizing that chaos is the nature of the universe, is the nature of social relations. And like what Natalie was also mentioning, right? Using praxis, right? For example, a feminist praxis. You hold room for these elements of oppression. And by engaging in these targeted approaches, right? Targeting specific parts of this constellation, specific parts within this fractal reality, you, through recursion, iterate and reiterate new possibilities, right? New dimensions. And the second is understanding that what makes a social movement different from a social moment is this concept of moving through recursion, through iteration, through scalability. You have this revolutionary possibility. This revolutionary theory is at play in a material moment because you are thinking and making room to understand that there are so many layers in a single action that you may take that is targeted. And yeah, so maybe Mahi, if you wanted to.
We're actually running a little bit over. Do you have like a quick, maybe like minute long, or do you know about how long?
Yeah, a minute long. I mean, it doesn't have to be, just to relate kind of, since my work kind of relates to our approach, just to kind of create a cohesion for folks who've attended the whole session. Like it kind of, when I'm looking at like Sudan, trying to understand what is important about the 2019 uprising, like what are why should I study it? Like I'm approaching it from a space of fractal thinking, right? Because there's a recursive element to history that I'm looking at. Sudanese history has been since the colonial period, the formation of the state, all of these have been developing over time. So when I'm like deploying a fractal thinking into it, like all of the elements like Natasha and Natalie and Fiana have just discussed, it comes into play. Like it becomes an approach, a theoretical approach to studying history, right? Because I'm trying to identify in 2019, what are these new inputs that are going to bring this new output, right? And by new, it's like an iteration, a new iteration. So just to kind of expand like on their presentation about like, what are the different ways in which we're trying to understand fractals or use them. So I hope that kind of allows you to continue from my presentation.
Yeah, thank all of you so much. That was really fascinating. All right, and for our last presentation, and thank you everybody who has joined us for this last day of transformations, and for our final presentation, for our final panel, and then the questions, I'll turn it over to Josie Osika.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for sticking around for this one last little presentation. Let me move my stuff so that I can have the correct view. Okay, so I'm Josie Osika. I'm here at Wayne State University in the anthropology department. And for the past year and a half, I've been researching these art gallery listings, which I'll get into what exactly that is in just a second. But today I wanted to present a very specific part of why I care about these art gallery listings. So just come along with me on this journey and think of it more as an introduction to why this study is important as opposed to the whole thing, you know, because this is ongoing research for me. So art galleries are these online photo listings where you'll have a picture of a child and their description, just like you see on the right there. They are publicly available online to anybody who can access the internet. Here I chose to censor the photo and the name and even the state and the case ID. And I also changed all the names in later examples because I'm just a little bit uncomfortable with the idea of like advertising children to the world, which isn't to say that I think that art galleries are generally bad. I'm just here to call into question what sort of unintended interpretations or consequences they might have. So some important background information to have to understand where I'm coming from with this presentation is that not every child is as likely as the next child to get adopted. I believe that there's, on any given day, there's 100,000 plus children who are available for adoption just from the foster system. And of those children, the most likely ones to get adopted are white and able-bodied and 5 or younger. So here I'm going to be focusing on one of the harder to adopt or harder to place populations, which is older children, because 80% of adoptions are of children 5 years of age or younger, even though obviously there's a lot of older children who, you know, they might be as young as 6, who have a really hard time getting adopted. And that's one of the purposes of these art gallery listings, is to increase the likelihood that the children are going to be adopted. So while I was reading and analyzing hundreds of these art gallery entries, I became concerned about some unintended effects that they might have. Today, I'm going to be talking about how the negotiative structure in the context of what is frequently referred to as the adoption marketplace, paired with what could be interpreted as something comparable to selling points or things that are made to be things that are supposed to entice you to want to adopt this particular child, could lead to unintended consequences. Again, this is more explorative. We don't know that there are any unintended consequences happening, but I think that when it comes to children, especially children who are even more vulnerable than your average child because they are wards of the state, they're up for adoption, it's important to get a jump on these things before it gets bad. So in this pursuit, I randomly selected 10 states and I gathered 172 art gallery entries of teenage girls. I chose to look at teenagers because they are one of those harder to place populations, which makes it important for the art gallery listing to be very convincing, because they really need to give somebody a reason to choose to adopt this child, despite them probably being a little bit older than what they envisioned for their family. I also chose to look at girls just to help me explore the topic a little bit more clearly. That will begin to make sense in just a second, why I gravitated towards looking at these young girls. So first, I want to talk about the structure of the art gallery listings. And don't worry, I'll read this to you. I know it's a lot of words for a PowerPoint. But one of the first things that I noticed when going through all of these art gallery listings is that they're written in a very formulaic feeling way. They're all very similar to each other. And what I noticed is that they commonly have these 3 parts in this order. So first, in green, we have this description of who she is as a person. It says, Aria is a sweet, kind, and loving teenager. She describes herself as tough, but says that that is only because of her past. She said that her past has made her stronger and she is moving forward positively. She said she loves to get her hair done, sing, and shop. And then a little bit later, it also says she loves arts and crafts activities occasionally. So this is a description of just who the girl is as a person. Then in pink, we see what she can offer additionally to a family. And I think of this as a portion that kind of says why you should adopt this girl as opposed to the next one on the art gallery. And it says she interacts well with others and enjoys being around people. She says she is a big helper and don't mind helping others, especially younger kids. Then lastly, most art gallery listings close with what the girl needs. So Aria would like to have a family that is active and enjoys traveling. She is looking for a family that has the time and patience to devote to raising a beautiful teenager. So just to reiterate, it's usually in this order. My concern is that in the context of adoption as a marketplace, where child welfare workers work to increase these adoption rates, this who she is and what she offers versus what she needs structure is kind of reminiscent of almost a negotiation. And I don't think that that's inherently bad. I just think that it's something that maybe the people who write these descriptions should keep in mind, because it's already a sort of dehumanizing practice to list these children online, and then to structure it as this negotiation could have, like I said before, unintended consequences. I also think it's important to note that this structure was present in 106 of the 172 listings that I looked at, but then of the ones that didn't have this structure, 28 of them didn't mention what the girl needs at all. Like, it was just a non-issue. Next, we're going to be looking at the contents, which is where it comes into play that I was looking at girls specifically. Further research that I'm in the process of doing with a colleague on this topic shows that these descriptions cover an average of 9.5 topics, but here I'm going to explore a very specific subset of those topics. These are some things to keep in mind while we go through this on why this matters. Remember, art gallery listings have the purpose to increase the likelihood of adoption, and theoretically, these are the most important things for somebody to know about a girl. Also, I know from interviews and reading online forums that parents are encouraged to read between the lines of these art gallery listings. People aren't taking what they say at face value, they're assigning more meaning. So it's not really a stretch to be concerned about unintended consequences here. So the most common category that came up of those 5 in the pie chart was helpfulness. In this case, being a helpful person might just be a trait that the girl has, but it also might suggest that she will be of service to a family. So example, Anna's dream is to help and serve others. She is often found carrying items for others, asking to lead activities with peers, and generally finding ways to be of service. Anna is looking forward to seeing how her helping role fits into a family. And Mariana is described as affectionate and really enjoys helping those around her. Like I said, maybe this is a trait that she has, but it could also suggest to a reader that she can offer something special and helpful to the family in a way that could be taken advantage of. Second most common was the mention of physical beauty, which to me rose a red flag because these descriptions are directly under a photo of the child or a video. And it's usually the very first sentence, which implies it's one of the most important things to know about the girl. So I'm just wondering what the purpose is of emphasizing physical beauty. And we see Elena is a beautiful, tall and thin girl, and Reina is a beautiful young lady who has an infectious smile. Next, cooking was the next most common category. And this one is a little bit more ambiguous to me, because I do think that cooking is a common hobby and a common interest for a lot of young people and old people alike, and everything in between. But it gets a little bit strange in specific cases where they mention that she might cook for the family. Like here it says she likes to cook for others when she gets the opportunity, and Layla is skilled at making scrambled eggs and wants to become even better at cooking for herself and her new family. Here I see a distinction in the purpose of saying she enjoys baking, or she likes to cook, or she's interested in becoming a chef when she becomes older, and specifically saying she will cook for you, or she wants to be of service to you and your family if you adopt her. A little bit less ambiguous is the mention of chores. To me, I just can't really imagine very many children, if any, having chores and loving cleaning just being like a core part of their personality. I know it never has been for me. And, you know, even if this child is very clean and always does their chores, there's a specific purpose there to mentioning it in this very limited space as one of the most important things about the girl. And I take it to be a pretty clear attempt at trying to increase the likelihood of the girl's adoption through showing that either she won't be an additional burden to you and your family as a child, or that she might actually lighten your burden and your workload in the household. So it says she knows how to cook and clean and operate any household appliances. And Liz is organized and keeps her room clean and neat. Liz is very helpful around the house and always completes her chores. Lastly, and least common in my sample, was the mention of childcare. Again, I do feel that a lot of young girls are interested in toddlers and babies and, you know, playing house and everything. But I am concerned that somebody may read between the lines of an entry or a phrase like this and think that maybe this girl might provide some sort of childcare for other children in the household. It says, Amy says she is a big helper and don't mind helping others, especially younger kids. And Kaylee is known for her protective and free-spirited personality that is shown in her love for others, as she often adopts a caretaker role for young children in the home. So, like I said at the beginning, I have no actual tangible evidence that anybody is reading these with the wrong intentions, but we do know that there are bad people out there, and we do know that these are publicly available online and that this is a very vulnerable population. And it's my concern that if they aren't written very, very mindfully, art galleries could open the door to people with the wrong intentions. And they could also even just embarrass the girl. I mean, everyone from potential employers to classmates and friends to random old men on the streets can read these and see pictures of them and inquire about adopting them. So I argue that as a preventative measure to these potential outcomes that I'm sure nobody intends, I think that art galleries are great. And I think that these children do deserve to be adopted, but these art gallery listings should be written very carefully to avoid potential unintended effects. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And it is question time. So if anybody has any questions that they would like us to read for them, please pop them into the chat. Otherwise, yeah, just raise your hand. I'm gonna see if I can get everybody pinned here that presented today real quick. Bethany?
I'm unmuted now. Hi, everyone. Really loved hearing the presentations today. My question is specifically for Josie. I really loved hearing your presentation. I'm curious what meaning making or interpretation you can provide about why they are called art galleries. What's your thinking behind that curious phrase?
You know what? I am so happy that you asked, because that was one of the things that I wanted to talk about that kind of ended up getting cut out. So photo listings similar to this have been around for a pretty long time, whether they were just in the newspaper or whatever. But these art galleries, as they're often called now, started as actual physical galleries in, I want to say 2001. So it was a play on words with art gallery, because it was actual like professional printed photos in an art gallery, and then people would come and read them and maybe adopt a child and maybe just donate money. But basically it's just snowballed from there to where it's online, but that catchy little name stuck.
Really interesting. I started thinking about kind of the curative aspect of this, the gallery points to, but then heart being about the socio-emotional connections that are made to be desired and transacted in the
I'm not sure if I just
images
didn't hear
in the
very
text.
loud.
And really was curious about where else might you find similar things. I started thinking about Craigslist and like where else are transactions made of both people's labor, and so just was really curious. And yeah, thanks everybody for your work today. It was really interesting.
Yeah, I did actually start doing this research at the same time that I was working on adopting my cat. And I was looking at online listings for my cat. And they are so similar. And I think that what you said about it being curated like a gallery is so important to my point of writing intentionally and making sure that you're being very mindful of what sort of unintended consequences that writing might have.
Thank you. I have a question that sort of starts with Seth, but I'm really interested in what everybody sort of has to say because I thought all of your presentations were interesting in very different ways. So I was sort of wondering again, starting with what Seth sort of talked about, what do you all think is the role of form in both your research and for the sort of sense of reflexivity you might bring to it?
Since you threw my name out there first, didn't know if you wanted me to. Form. Could you do me a favor? Could you elaborate a little bit more on what you mean by form?
Yeah, just I thought it was really interesting the way you were using like poetry and you sort of delineated between the different styles of writing. So I was just wondering what you thought about the form as far as like picking a form to present in or what it says about the sort of what you're bringing of yourself to your research.
Yeah. So yeah, like form and genre. For me, I had to be extremely deliberate. I mean, it was no light thing to choose what forms, what genres, what styles to use that could express or embody the things that I was seeing and hearing. Like with Josie's presentation, I was thinking that's a great New York Times article in the future. You know, I mean, expose. What is the difference between expose and really investigative? Like ethnographic writing that has a social justice bent, which I think all of us are really on board with. So, and then the audience for me, and I'll shut up with this, the audience was what dictated and the goals and purposes and motivations for what I was trying to get across from the community, especially vulnerable communities, dictated the form, what was going to be most powerful. Because there are types of writing out there. There's documentaries. There's all kinds of things that really people are inundated with. And if the form has been used up, then use something else. And it's got to be extremely deliberate, and it's a little bit of a gamble.
Does anybody else have thoughts about that question?
Can you just kind of, I know you just elaborated, but I'm unsure, like with form, are you thinking like our theoretical approach or our like our theory and practical, like methodological approach in general?
Yeah, if you want to explain that, but especially with the sort of fractal presentation, yeah, I'd be interested in your sort of theoretical, like the form that took.
Okay, for my work, like much of the research process, because it was what I presented was based on documentary research, right? So secondary sources and primary sources that are mainly like newspapers and stuff. And so it took a very much a fractal approach to it because I kept on, it was an iterative thing. I didn't start off thinking that's where I would end up. I used Black theorists, like global African theorists, because there are many people that have written theories based on practice because they themselves, like you have Walter Rodney, you have Claudia Jones, these people are like organizing in the left and the progressive movements of their period, and they've written scholarly texts or articles. So I depended on them to kind of start thinking about like how to analyze what was going on in Sudan, right? And then I use fractal approach because every time I saw something that was either like relatively different from the previous uprisings or the current ones, it would like completely like, okay, now I have to read about this because this is here a new element, like, you know, what are like neighborhood resistance committees? So I had to look into like, what does it mean to locally resist? What, like, who has written on this? What has been said? And then kind of, so it was an iterative process, the research itself and where to go, because of COVID, I couldn't travel and I was forced to stick to like secondary and primary sources like that. So it was basically, that was the only approach I could take. But, you know, even when describing the history in my work of Sudan, I use that kind of approach because you cannot understand 2019 uprising without looking at the past of Sudan, like without looking at like their history of organizing. There's no way you can provide an adequate or like very like illuminating analysis. So I hope that kind of answers your question.
Yeah, and then for our collective work, briefly, it was fractal practice because so we had a conversation and the conversation kind of captured the whole piece, but generally, right, in theory. And then when each of us respectively took on, I guess, our like the subjects where we are the strongest in terms of knowing scholars or academic approaches to, for example, solidarity versus social movement versus, right? We wrote our own pieces and we would come back together every 2 days or so, read each other's pieces, and also as we are writing our thoughts down, reflect and allow our other respective thoughts to then provide inputs, and we would then provide feedback loops. So it was also, yeah, a fractal practice even in and of itself.
Yeah, and I guess I'll close us out on this question. I have kind of two answers. First, in terms of the form of my presentation and my writing and the way that I'm talking about it, I've come to realize in this past year and a half that there's a lot of different ways to talk about this, and the work that I'm doing having to do with it right now that's more academic and anthropological looks very different. There's a lot less opinion in there. There's a lot less advocacy. So I think that kind of calls into question what I feel my job is as an anthropologist and as an academic, because I do want to say what I think and what I think is important, and I do want to help protect. But then again, that's not necessarily what I'm trained to do, you know? So that's going to look very different. And one thing that really shapes that is the actual form of the Heart Gallery listings. They're very bite-sized, they're very short, and they're very specific. And they're also just a first impression. There's so much that we don't know. So a choice that we're making in the current research is to treat them as a first impression and blindly as a parent reading them would encounter them. So form is definitely important in what we're going to find.
Well, thank you all so much. Seth, did you have a question?
Yeah, I was just going to add into, especially with the presentation on fractal theory, which I found I always find those visuals, like those visual models, that my head kind of explodes when people explain them and discuss them and present them, because there's so much that floods you. It's like you're feeling too much when you're looking at data. You call it data, and that's a kind of a cold word to use, but information, your perceptual knowledge and all that, you're feeling too much. You're feeling so much, and what in the world is going to help you express what it is that you're feeling, that you can't cognize completely. And, it could be fractals, it could be poetry, when you're talking to people about youth suicide, and there's history and memory and culture and racism, colonization and historical trauma. And that's in a lot of ways the tip of the iceberg, right? Or the bottom part of the iceberg, but there's so much more. Like, how are you going to express all those things? And that kind of dictated how I chose to express the way. And I think that I see that dictated a lot of ways how we expressed what we needed to verbalize.
Does anybody else have any questions?
I was just going to have a reflection on Seth's reflection, if that's okay. in fractal practice. But I think for me, what makes the fractal framework so powerful is that it really does allow for and hold room for all of this, right? It's infinite, right? It holds space for infinity without feeling like it's devoid of structure or devoid of purpose, right? A fractal is a mathematical concept. It is a formula. You can iterate and represent. So, I mean, we didn't get a chance to really dive into it, but for example, if you look up the coastline paradox, there are mathematicians who have dedicated time to research and come up with a formula that represents the fractal formula of a coastline, right? And that maybe to us on the surface level, coastline seems so random and chaotic and purposeless, right? You actually can come up with a formula to make sense of how this coastline came to be shaped the way it is. So there's, I think, for me, a sense of hope, right? And calmness and grounding when things start to feel so overwhelming, like there's so much to focus on and there's so much to be done. And you kind of think about how like there's room for it all, and you can find and come up with a structure, a system, a systemic approach towards transformation, for example.
Way to bring it back around. Love it. All right. Well, thank you all for sharing today. I thought that all those presentations were really interesting and fascinating. And thank you to everybody else who joined in today. And I'm going to toss it over to Megan to take us out.
Hey, everybody. I just want to say thank you so much to all of our amazing panelists. Thank you to the AGSO board. Everyone did an amazing job helping to put this together. And it's been really great to learn from you. I think that this panel was a really excellent way to like take us out, because it's showing the like doing and the thinking and the like, how active all of this stuff really is. So I'm just leaving actually really energized after 2 days of like panels on Zoom. I like don't actually feel tired. I feel really energized. So I just want to also say, for those of you on here who were participants and submitted, we'll be reaching out with ways to publish in Riverwise. And also we will be sending out the recordings headline updates after to anybody who was a participant in general. And I don't know, Justin, if you want to have some words too.
I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth. I mean, I'm really proud of everything that the AXO board was able to do for this, particularly you, Megan. You did a fantastic job putting this all together for everybody. Thank you to everyone who presented. Thank you to all of the faculty who were involved in the roundtable. And if anyone has any questions and concerns regarding anything AGSO has ready for the future, feel free to reach out and look for us on social media. We're on Instagram and Twitter at Wayne State AGSO. And yeah, just thank you to everybody. And I'm glad that you all could take the time for these last 2 days and kind of, you know, get into what everybody has going on in terms of their work. So thank you.
Thank you all. Take care. Till next time.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
We did it, everyone.
We made it, guys. Great job.
We made it. Yeah. Awesome job, Megan. It was really awesome.
Yeah, it was great. I think it turned out great.
Everyone did a great job moderating their panels. You know, I enjoyed listening to everybody's presentations, and I thought all the discussions that were had, impromptu or not, were very good.
I thought today was really good. Like,
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I feel like the attendance was spread out throughout the day, as opposed to, like, you know, yesterday we had a big old clump all at one time. But I thought that the conversations were really solid throughout, and yeah, successful.
Yeah.
Yay. Thanks, everyone.
Now I'm gonna go drink a big ass glass of wine.
Oh my God. I can't believe you're not tired. I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted.
We're hosting this collective meeting here tonight, and then the paint party, and then there's like I'm not done, so I'm like, well, the only way through is like under at this point.
When you said you were
Yeah.
energized, I'm like, oh my God.
I actually, like, you know, I thought I was going to be feeling like really drained and like whatever at the end of these 2 days. And like, I think today's discussions were just so good that I didn't feel as drained as I thought I was going to be.
I thought, yeah. Both days were so different. Yesterday was more about kind of community activism, and today was more about scholarship. I thought, yeah, both were so good.
I really liked learning about this art gallery thing. Like,
Oh,
that
yeah.
shit freaked me out. Oh my God.
Yeah, Josie's super into her work, and she's doing a really good job.
Yeah. I want to like go down the rabbit hole with that a little bit. 'Cause that's
Yeah,
fucked up.
shoot her an email. She can talk about that stuff all day. I am currently taking my child to the veterinarian.
Oh no.
It's her annual. It's her first
okay,
vet visit since we've got her, so we just need to take her. So I'm gonna get going, but my plan is to make it down to the Dobbs Center by 5. So.
Oh, cool. Wonderful. Yeah.
Yep.
I've got bottles of wine here, and like there's food will be here, and there's drinks here. Like, when you talk about pleasure activism, like, we're not hosting like bullshit, sad community meetings. We're gonna have fun. Yeah.
But, all right, y'all. Great job. And
Hi,
I'll be in touch for our follow-up after this. So thank you all.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Good job, everybody. Good job, Megan. It was amazing.
It was great.
Bye.
Okay. Bye.
I forgot to stop recording. I'll cut it.
I want to know if our conversation with Molly is in there.
No.
No, it wasn't.
No.